attention please. The 8th of International Conference on Sustainable Innovation will be going to start in a moment. Therefore, we ask for all participants to turn off your audio and place yourself adjusting to the position of your camera. And please welcome the host of 8 Icomsay, Ratu Bernesa and Muhammad Shafiq Aziz.
The Excellency, Professor from University Technical Malaysia, Melaka Professor Emeritus Dato Dr. Abu Abdullah, the Professor from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Insinyur Sri Atmaja P. Roshidi, ST MSc Eng, PG Certif PhD P. Eng IPU ASEAN Engineer, the Chairman of Board of Trustees, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Haji Agung Danarto MAG, Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM ASEAN Engineer, and all of the Vice Rectors from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
The Honorable University Secretary of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Insinyur Nafi Ananda Utama MS, the Head of Research and Innovation Institute Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Profesor Diah Mutiarin SIP MSI, the Chairman of the 8th Icomsay, Dr. Yesi Jusman ST MSc, Dean, Directors in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, distinguished guests and participants of the 8th Icomsay 2024. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. All praises to Allah as the Lord of the world, as the master and creator of everything in this universe. Because of His mercy and blessings, we are able to participate in the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation with the theme, Optimizing Science and Technology for Future Sustainable Living. We also would like to inform that this event is being broadcasted live on YouTube channel UM Yogya from AR Fakhruddin B Building, 5th floor Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. May salawat and salam always be upon to our Prophet of Islam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so glad to welcome you to the opening ceremony of
the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's open our agenda today by reciting Basmalah together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Ladies and gentlemen, to start our event today, let's listen together to the recitations of the Holy Quran, Quran Surah Al-Mujadalah, verse 11 to verse 12, that will be recited by Muhammad Ammar Sirait. Please come to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Allah, God Almighty speaks the truth.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite all audience to rise and sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by Sang Surya and Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta's anthem. All audience, please stand up.
Salam
Sang Surya by Kiai Haji Carnawi Hadi Kusumo.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta's Anthem by Agus Kurnia Wibowo.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, wadah kaum muda bertakwa, berbakti untuk nusa dan bangsa dan berjiwa satria. Wujudkan sarjana muslim berapapun yang tak percaya pada diri sendiri, berguna bagi masyarakat dan negara, dan sivitas akademika. Kami Universitas Muhammadiyah dan selalu setia mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa demi negara kita, Republik Indonesia. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, wadah kaum muda bertakwa, berbakti untuk nusa dan bangsa dan berjiwa satria. Wujudkan sarjana muslim berapapun yang tak percaya pada diri sendiri, berguna bagi masyarakat dan negara, dan sivitas akademika. Kami Universitas Muhammadiyah dan selalu setia mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa demi negara kita, Republik Indonesia.
All audience, please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda, the report by the chairman of the 8th Icomsay 2024 to Dr. Yesi Jusman ST MSc. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings to everyone. Estimated Executive Board of Muhammadiyah, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, esteemed Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and distinguished colleagues, honorable speakers, all of speakers in Icomsay, and respected co-hosts and distinguished guests, our esteemed authors and participants. First and foremost, let us express our gratitude and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing and guidance that allow us to gather at this prestigious event, the International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, Icomsay 2024. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation and thanks to the Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and his esteemed college for facilitating and fully supporting the implementation of Icomsay 2024. The support of you have provided is invaluable to us in realizing a successful and meaningful conference. Through your guidance, commitment, and support, we have been able to create an event that serve not only as a platform of knowledge sharing, but also as a meaning to build stronger collaboration and professional networks. I also like to express my sincere gratitude to all the co-hosts who have supported this event. The successful of this conference is inseparable from the hard work and collaboration of various institutions. The following is a list of co-hosts involved. Universitas Malaysia Perlis, UNIMAP, Malaysia. University Islam Selangor, UIS, Malaysia. University Teknologi Mara, UITM, Malaysia. University Science Malaysia, USM Malaysia. Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology, Philippines. American International University, Bangladesh. Asia University, Taiwan. College University Islam Perlis, Malaysia. And Universitas Muhammadiyah Klaten, Indonesia. Universitas Muhammadiyah Makassar. Universitas Muhammadiyah Serang, Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram, Universitas Muhammadiyah Palopo, Universitas Islam Indonesia Yogyakarta, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Universitas Muhammadiyah Banjarmasin, Universitas Muhammadiyah AR Fakhrudin, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sampit, and Universitas Muhammadiyah Jenderal Ahmad Yani. We greatly appreciate the support and collaboration for our co-hosts in making this event as successful and meaningful. Thank you for your commitment to advancing science and technology and innovation. I would like to thank all the authors who have participated in this conference. We received a total of 1,485 papers from various countries, and after a rigorous selection process, 1,015 papers has been accepted for the presentation, while 471 papers were not accepted. This is a clear evidence of the enthusiasm and dedication of the authors to share their knowledge, research, and innovation. The authors and participants come from 33 countries across 5 continents, including Asia, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, India, Taiwan, Thailand, Afghanistan, Japan, Iraq, United Arab Emirates, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia. Africa, Nigeria, Benin, Morocco, Angola, and Europe, Denmark, Hungary, the Netherlands, Germany, Ireland, France, and North America, USA, Canada, and from the Australia, and Fiji. As part of our effort to enhance the quality and the research of conference under the auspices of Icomsay has established collaboration with leading publisher index in Scopus, namely AIP, IEEE, E3S, and BioWeb. This is a 16 conference that all of the output of the conference to the publisher. We also wish to promote UMY Grace, which will be held August 2020, what we have received 383 papers. Of these, 240 papers have been accepted, and 145 paper has been rejected. This event has also partnership with publisher indexed by Scopus and WOS, making significant progress in strengthening our academic reputation and innovation. Next. I would like also to express my deep appreciation to the entire focal conference committee who have worked tireless to make this event a success. You are the backbone of this entire of activities. With your spirit and hard work and commitment, we can realize this extraordinary conference. Thank you for your dedication, and let us continue to move forward with unwavering enthusiasm. Special thanks also go to all editors and reviewers of all the focal conference from countries across 5 continents. Your contribution to maintaining and quality academic integrity are valuable. Thank you for your time and expertise in ensuring that each paper presented meets high scientific standard. In conclusion, I hope this conference can be a fruitful and inspiring platform. May we take advantage of this opportunity to forge new relationships, exchange ideas, and also strengthen our professional networks. Enjoy the conference, and thank you for your participation and contribution. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Dr. Yesi Jusman, ST MSc, for the report.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda, welcoming remarks and conference opening by Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM ASEAN Engineer. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Board of Trustees of UMY, the Honorable Keynote Speaker of Icomsay 2024, Professor Emeritus Dr. Abdullah, Profesor Insinyur Sri Atmaja Putra Jatining Nugraha, and the keynote speeches of 25 vocals, Vice Rector, Dean and Director, and also Chairperson of vocals, and all of participants. Firstly, we offer our heartfelt gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. There is only one deity, and it's Him. Allah provides us with direction, mercy, and spirit, allowing us to join and assemble at this event. Muslims in the country demonstrate their admiration for Muhammad, the messenger of Allah, by reciting salawat and salam. He serves as a mentor, model, and embodiment of outstanding human behavior. Welcome to the International Conference of Sustainable Innovation at Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. We are honored to have distinguished guests, valued participants, professors, researchers, and innovation from around the world in attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, the term optimizing science and technology for future sustainable living is in complete alignment with our university's vision. The Icomsay 2024 seeks to use scientific knowledge and technology breakthrough strategically and innovatively to establish sustainable futures characterized by efficient resources utilization and minimal environmental impact. This concept spans a wide range of area, including energy, transportation, agriculture, manufacturing, and urban growth. As we converge, we saw the seed for vibrant partnership that bring us closer to achieving the ideal of society 5.0. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, we are committed to utilizing knowledge for the environmental from the improvement of society through the consolidation of knowledge and assets. We can address worldwide issues such as climate change, sustainable energy, healthcare accessibility, and poverty reduction with greater efficiency. This conference cultivates an atmosphere conducive to the exchange and practical application of knowledge. I would want to express my genuine gratitude to the researchers, professors, industry leaders, and policymakers who made a valuable contribution to this conference. We are all inspired by your unwavering commitment and favor to furthering knowledge. Lastly, I would want to convey my gratitude to all the committees. The event has recently commenced. Nevertheless, we are still accountable for the paper and publication. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude to the committee for their hard work, for their diligent and productive effort thus far. I kindly request that they continue to provide exceptional service to all partners, speakers, and participants. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, sir. Please remain on stage. We are going to proceed to the next event, which is the opening ceremony of the 8th Icomsay 2024. And we would like to invite Board of Trustees of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Head of Research and Innovation Institution, and also Chairman of the 8th Icomsay 2024. So the opening ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, will be symbolized with pressing the button by the Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
And also accompanied by our officials, of course.
So
We're
immediately
giving the cue to press the button on the count of 3, right?
Yeah, let's count down together in 3, 2, 1.
1. Ladies and gentlemen, the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations is officially open.
Please give a big applause. Alright, thank you very much, and we would like to please to remain on the stage.
Please remain on the stage because we are going to proceed to the photo stations, and we're going to invite for all the officials to please position yourself in the center of the stage.
And we also would like to invite Professor at University Technical Malaysia Malacca, Professor Dr. Abu Abdullah, also Professor Insinyur Sri Atmaja, Apoteker Saptanti Harimurti, and also Mrs. Tri Wulandari Kesetyaningsih.
So this is the first photo station.
Yep, that's true. And you ready, everyone? 3, 2, 1. Once again, please give a big smile.
Big smile.
3, 2, 1. Okay, that's all. All right, thank you very much, ma'am and sir. Please have a seat, and we would like to invite for the second photo session, all the vice rectors, university secretary, and all the board of trustees to have a photo together on the stage, please. All the vice rectors, secretary, university, and board of trustees.
So the second photo stations would be all of the vice rectors of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, the secretary of the university, and also would like to invite all the board of trustees of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Alright, committee ready?
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much. And we would like to ask the rector and also the head of board of trustees to please remain on the stage again to put on the scarves to our two keynote speakers today, Professor Sri Atmaja and also Professor Abdullah.
Please come to the stage.
We would like to invite our rector and also head of board of trustees, Professor Gunawan Budianto and also Mr. Agung Danarto, and our keynote speakers of Icomsay 2024 to the stage. We respectfully ask the rector and head of board trustees to put on the scarves to our keynote speakers, and later on the keynote vocals can participate.
Yes, after all the keynote speakers here get the scarf.
Yeah. For the first will be given to
Professor Abdullah from Malaysia, all the way from Malaysia.
Wow, please give a big applause. And the next will be given to Professor Insinyur Sri Atmaja, Professor from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Please give a big
applause, everyone.
Thank you very much. Please have a photo together. 3, 2, 1. Okay, ready? Once again. 3, 2, 1. All right. Thank you very much,
sir. You may back to your seat because we're going to proceed to our next agenda.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
before proceeding to the next agenda, let us for a while enjoy the sustainable fashion show performance from the university.
This show bringing out sustainable fashion in line with our campus, Green Campus Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and this show is very special since there will be surprising talents from faculty members of UMY. Thus, without any further ado, please enjoy the show. Alula. Lula by Aulia Hijriah Stuti.
DW. Dewe by Didi Warsito.
Lemos Pires. Lemos Biras by Herlina Kristanti.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is the Sustainable Fashion Show Parade of the 8th International Conference Innovations 2024.
Please give a big applause.
To our talented designers for the sustainable fashion.
Profesor Dr. Diah Mutiarin, SIP, MSI. Mrs. Helen Dian Fridayani, SIP, MIP, PhD. Profesor Enda Sabtutiningsih, SIMSI. Mrs. Eko Purwanti, SPD, MHum, PhD. Apoteker Saptanti Harimurti, MSI, PhD. Hemas Novita Dewi, Almas Naifatul Zuro, and all
Of the models from the faculty members of Universitas
Please.
Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
Once again, please give a big applause. Wow, that was a very wonderful performance and fashion show since, ladies and gentlemen, this is not only fashion show, but it brings out the sustainable fashion which is in line with our green campus, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. So please once again give a big applause. It is very excited and I was very surprised to see the models.
Yes, because I haven't thought that all of the faculty members are here because one of my lecturers were there.
Yeah, we have Professor Faris Al-Fadat.
Yes.
We have Dr. Edwin and all the surprising talents. Yeah.
talents from all the faculty members. And also I saw a lot of my friends were actually there too.
Oh, really?
Really.
Yeah, and this is very exciting to see how fashion can be participated into
Good environment.
Good environment, yeah.
In line with our green campus, right?
Yeah, we are green campus, and yesterday I have just heard a speech from Professor Dr. Nano Prawoto about kampus sehat senyaman taman, yeah.
True, that is our tagline for the green
Yes.
campus of the university.
Yes, very true. And Shafiq and all of ladies and gentlemen, finally we're going to proceed to our main agenda in this opening ceremony. We have our keynote speakers, Professor Sri Atmaja and also Professor Abdullah. Welcome to UMY, Professor. And we are very excited to listen to their keynote speech.
All right, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda, which is the keynote speech that will be led by our colleague. And please help us welcome our moderator for today's agenda, Mrs. Rati Herning Tias, SIP MA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I saw that everyone enjoyed the fashion show, but I want to remind that we're still in international conference, by the way. Well, my name is Rate Herning Tias. I will be the moderator for this plenary session. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you here to the International Conference of Sustainable and Innovation Icomsay 2024. Icomsay is Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta flagship conferences which comprises of multidisciplinary focal conference. This year, Icomsay 2024 brings up 16 focal conference from various fields of multidisciplinary science, including health science and nursing, agriculture and engineering, social science and economics, as well as law and religious studies. Just a quick note, once again, that this conference held in a hybrid mode. We have some participants join into this plenary session through the YouTube streaming. Ladies and gentlemen, the Icomsay 2024 theme, Optimizing Science and Technology for Future Sustainable Living, addresses the urgent need to address global environmental challenges such as climate change, resources depletion, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Traditional practices and consumption patterns are often detrimental to ecosystem, requiring a new paradigm shift in technological innovation and scientific research. Recent advances in renewable energy, sustainable materials, precision agriculture, and environmental monitoring show a hope for positive impact, which involve refining technology to make them more efficient, environmentally friendly, and economically viable. The question is, how can we make it happen? That's why we will try to invite our honorable speaker to discuss about these issues. As it's stated in the agenda, we have two honorable speakers. Without further ado, I will invite our first speaker. Please welcome to Professor Datuk Dr. Abu Abdullah from University Technical Malaysia, Melaka. And for the second speaker, I would like to proudly present one and only Professor Insinyur Sri Atmaja Putra Rosidin, PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Good morning, Prof. Abdullah, Prof. Atmaja. How are you today? Do you feel relaxed after watching the fashion show? Yeah. Before we start, the plenary will be divided into two sessions. The first is the keynote speakers presentation for around 25 minutes, yeah, Prof. And then the second session will be question and answer. All participants, whether offline or online, are invited to address the question regarding to the topic of discussion. For the participant who join online, you can write down the question into the chat box, and the committee will compile of them and will forward to the question to this stage. Before I invite to Professor Abdullah to deliver the presentation, I would like to read a certain curriculum vitae. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Abdullah have 19 pages of curriculum vitae. So we can imagine his expert in this field of engineering. Professor Emeritus Dato Dr. Abu Abdullah is an esteemed researcher and scholar specializing in manufacturing engineering and technology management. He holds a Bachelor of Engineering in Production Engineering from the University of Birmingham, United Kingdom, and a Master Science in Production Engineering, Robotic and Automation, along with a PhD in Manufacturing Engineering from the University of Warwick, UK. His expertise encompasses advanced machining, machine tool, technology management, and the application of composites and materials. Prof. Abdullah actively collaborates on industry-relevant research projects and bridging theory with practical implementation. He is known for mentoring future engineers, delivering acclaimed lectures, and sharing insight at international conferences, contributing significantly to global advancement in manufacturing and technology. He is also awarded as a Professor Emeritus on November 2023. His currently position is a member of Entrepreneur Development Advisory Council, Ministry of Entrepreneurship, Malaysia. So you have your time now. So the floor is yours, Prof. Please welcome Professor Emeritus Dr. Dato Abu Abdullah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Moderator, and my colleague, Dr. Sri, and dear participants. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya mursalin, wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajmain. Amma ba'd. I think I would like to thank UMY for inviting me to this very auspicious occasion on the International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, Icomsay 24. And UMY is very close to me. I've been known, especially my good friend, Professor Sukamta. We've been together for the last more than 10 years. We do some joint research and some collaboration with my university, which is University Technical Malaysia Melaka. Right, today the topic of my presentation is a bit like, it's more on the pathway of a case study on Melaka. I'm not going to say more on the heavy side on the engineering and technology. As you know that my background, I'm a manufacturing engineer and have some experience in manufacturing technology. But today I'll be talking more on the sustainable cities. I'll take example of Melaka is a case study. Because why? I purposely choose this topic because I believe there's some similarity, the Jogja and Melaka, right? Because both have some similarities. I don't know whether the United Nations has come to Jogja to become a more sustainable cities. Is it midnight or not yet? No, yeah. Okay. So I would like to take this opportunity to share some experience what we are doing in Melaka, so that we can exchange experience and how can we together develop a sustainable cities, right? I think the word sustainable is quite common to us. I think they will be elaborated more by the coming presentation. And we know that, I mean, the sustainability is the ability to maintain or support a process over a period of time. That means to say that you got to be sustainable over a period of time, right? If you cannot sustain, you'll be diminished. You'll be out of the business. You're not in the competition. example, like, I mean, my area is more in automotive and aerospace. I think everybody know back in the early 19th, all these supersonic Concorde, right? They can fly from UK to Australia within less than 10 hours. The existence is not more than 10 years, and it's just vanished. Why? They cannot sustain the energy. Because to transfer people from UK to Australia, you can imagine the amount of fuel consumption with that. Secondly, is the transportation. They cannot get more than 150 passengers to transfer. And the technology is there, but it's vanished. The latest one is, I think, probably you heard about Airbus A380, one of the biggest transporter to take one place. They can accommodate more than 400 people. And this is very good. You need a mass transportation. For example, for Hajj, for example, you see, the Hajj, they need more than 25, 30 flights in Malaysia to transport. But A330 is the thing in transportation. But now, the A380 is still running, but stopped of production. Because why? Again, in terms of sustainability, material, fuel consumption, economical, is not there. So this is where it got to be exist over a period of time. As you know that the theme here is science and technology for the future sustainment. Because I believe that science and technology is the only tools that for us to help, to maintain, to sustain over a period of time. And time is changing. And whatnot, I mean, in terms of telecommunication, we cannot believe that today we have all our things in our hand, right? I don't have to bring my student thesis all over. It's all here. And then at one time, we heard the brand by Ericsson, Nokia, right? That's all vanished. Because why? They cannot sustain the technology. Now people are talking about, in Malaysia, now talking about IA. AI, artificial intelligence now. People are putting money in AI because why? Of the technology is changing. But for today, I think I will take more a light approach for us to share on the sustainability of a city in Malacca. Because sustainability, the core of sustainability is on the three things. We're talking about the economic sustainability, the environment, and the social. Or we call it the 3P, the profit, the planet, and the people. So for today, I think the rest of the probably papers we touch on the technology, on the environment. But today I would like to touch more on social. There is a sustainable cities. Okay. What are the sustainable development goals? Because I said just now, there are three focal of the sustainability. There is the economy, the environment, and the social. But here, the United Nations has come out with the 17 that call it social development goals. Whereas this 17 will encompass all the development in sustainability. But for today, we are talking about more on the Sustainable Development Goals, also known as the Global Goals, which we adopted by United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action to end the poverty. This is where the social part comes in. We're talking about the poverty, equality, we talk about education, we talk about food security. So this is the call to end the poverty, to protect the planet, which is the environment, and to ensure that by 2030, all people will enjoy the peace and prosperity. Remember, the third part of it is the social. We're talking about to close the gap between the poor and the rich, right? To minimize the famine, the food security. So by 2030, United Nations is looking that with these 70 sustainable goals, we want to ensure that to end the people enjoy the peace and prosperity. The 17 SDGs are integrated. They are recognized that action in one area will affect outcome in others, and that development must be balanced socially, economically, and environmental sustainability. So whatever the 17 goals been laid out by the United Nations, they are fully integrated to ensure that we live in peace and prosperity. Oops. Look. These are the 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. The poverty, the zero hunger, the health, the education, the gender equality, the water, the affordable, decent work, noisy notation, you name it. These are 17 climate action line below the water. We're talking about peace, justice, and partnership. And bear you in mind, in Malaysia right now, if you apply for any grants, research grant, you must fulfill one of the 70 SDG. If you apply a grant for the ministry, for example, make sure that one of the research topic or research area must be fall with this under these 17 goals, or else the government doesn't want to spend the money, right, without having a good output. So, but one of them, which I'm talking about today, is on the 11th Sustainable City and Countries, right? This is on the 11th one. Okay, what is on the 11th SDG said? Sustainable cities and communities. That make cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. We have to ensure that the settlement is inclusive. That means we're talking about the safety, the resilient, and the sustainable for the cities and the people inside the city. That is the 11 goals, right? These are the areas that the sustainable cities and communities are looking at. These are the key points that we have to look at. First, to ensure that housing and basic services. Make sure that, remember the Maslow hierarchy of needs? We need to have shelter. Without the shelter, then come the food, the next one. Right? So shelter is the most important thing to ensure that our population has their own shelter or house for that matter. So the first key is to make sure the housing and basic services are provided for the people. Secondly is the public transport system. I was in China about 2 months ago. Before that, I was in China 10 years ago, Prof. Skamta. 10 years ago, you can see in China, it's all with the bicycles and motor or diesel. Right? Now, there's no more bicycle, no more motorcycle, it's all EV. I can't believe it. So why? They make sure that transport is one thing, but to ensure that we are environmental free. Talking about carbon footprint, all these things. So China has moved from a bicycle to an EV. Same with now, we are talking about less emission, the carbon footprint, for example. See, so to ensure that our city are less carbon, environmental free. So make sure that public transport system is there. Then I see in Jakarta recently now they are making the MRT underground. In Malaysia, of course, we have LRT, all this. And then I've traveled from Jakarta to Bandung. Before, by road is 3.5 hours. Dengan kereta api cepat sekarang, Pak Sukamta, 30 minutes. So can you imagine that? So people come Malaysia want to go to Bandung, it's better come to Jakarta rather than you go to Bandung, because the new airport in Bandung now, same the bandara here, it takes 1.5 hours. Right? So we make sure that the transport system in place. Okay? And not everybody is affordable to possess, to have their own transport. So this is another thing. So the government or the local authority have to provide a good transport system. Then urban equality and waste management. You cannot believe that how much waste we produce per day, tons. Right? How can we process that one? Because if you not process all this waste, it's become another burden to the environment. The next key is disaster risk management policies. Alhamdulillah, Malaysia is not in the specific rim of the earthquake, but Indonesia do. But then we still have all this flood still there, right? Recently, you know how, I think about 2-3 years ago, Fauzi is my colleague from UTM, that we feel a big flood in Malaysia, unexpectedly. So we must have that MNC how to manage the disaster. Then resilience to disaster. So these 5 things are important. Then the next one you go to resilient, sustainable urbanization. As we look at it, how we categorize what is the sustainable urbanization. Of course, we have to look at our cultural and natural heritage, and then urban green and public spaces to ensure that we have enough green so that we can convert from the oxygen, carbon dioxide, things like that. Then, of course, the urban planning. The urban planning is very important because previously, I mean, our town planning is just go unplanned. So we need a proper urban planning for us to ensure that all the criteria is being placed, right? Then, of course, we need a sustainable and resilient building. These are some initiatives that we have in Malaysia, for example. First, the stages is that somebody have to initiate it. Stage 1 is initiation, that make sure that we have to create some working group, make sure that we have some relation from the policymaker, the government, the university. We must have the initiation, right? Then the next one, how we diagnose that the diagnostic of that. We have the list of requirements. We need a data for that. The SG mapping of department, the business unit. Because bear with me, we cannot work in silo in the government, especially the transport ministry, the health ministry. They have to work together in order to achieve. Then the next stage is progress and measurement. So you need to see the progression. You need to measure the achievement of each point that I said just now. Of course, last is the roadmap to strategies. So this is some strategies I will just browse through. What are the strategies need to become a sustainable cities? Okay. These are an example in Kuala Lumpur, where you know Kuala Lumpur is our capital, and these are things that has been implemented. You can see from the road system, you can see from the pedestrian walking, you can see how the proposed recreational cycling cycle will be there, and then how the proposed elevated pedestrian mall in KL Towers. I think some of you have been there, and now you can see, even I myself couldn't believe that they have multiple highway in Kuala Lumpur now. You need to use Google and in order to go into Kuala Lumpur now. The development in Kuala Lumpur is being so fast there. So this is some strategic development zone that being implemented in Malaysia, especially in our capital city. Right. Now come back why we choose Malacca. Because the United Nations has chosen Malacca as one of the sustainable city to be promoted. There are about 20 sustainable cities in 11 countries. They are in Brazil, they are in Turkey, and they are in Singapore. Then, of course, one of them is in Malacca. So we choose Malacca because they are strategic location with rich culture and history. That's what I said in the beginning. We have some similarity, Malacca and Jogja. We are very rich in our culture and our history. Right? Then, this is another thing, the recognition by UNESCO. Malacca has been recognized by the World Heritage since, I think, 2010, something like that. But, of course, you have your own heritage site like. I think Borobudur is one of them, is there. That's why when I come down from the airport, from the bandara, I can see the signage in Arabic, in Japanese, in Mandarin. Oh, I said, well, there's a change there. My last visit was 2016. Yeah, when I see at bandara, I say, wow, that's wonderful. It's good development there. So you can see how that attracts people to Jogja. As the third criteria is the tourism as our main economic drive. I stay in Malacca. I mean, right? I cannot go out over the weekend to the city center. Why? The people come to Malacca. Either I stay put at home, I go to the golf course. Right? Because tourism is a main economic drive. As I said, economy is one of the pillar of the sustainability. So because of these three criteria, United Nations has chosen Malacca as one to be a sustainable city. But again, United Nations will work with our local government, our federal government, to come up with the strategies how to make Malacca is sustainable. Okay. These are the dimension and the key focus area. These are the 6 dimensions that the metrics to show that we must do something on these 6 areas. First, the government and the government is important. Without the support of the local government and the federal government, you cannot proceed. Why? Firstly, it's the funding. So we need the money from government. To make a fast train, to make all this LRT is not cheap. You need to bring in the technology. Right? First, we must support from the local and federal governments. Then, of course, we took a long version planning, stakeholder participation, because the stakeholder have to play part in this thing. Who are our stakeholders? Our industries, our people. So they must be part of the government's integrated urban planning. Of course, the rest, urban sizing, so on and so forth. The second one is fiscal sustainability. We talk about money. We talk about accountability and transparency, credit worthiness, revenue and financial authority, and expression management. These are the second criteria. The third criteria is economies. We're talking about the business climate, how we attract people and come invest in Malacca. Even Malacca is a tourist center, but not to forget that there are some big industry in Malacca. We're talking about aerospace industries are there. We're talking about electrical and electronics industries are there, right? So there are also in an industry area, but this is where we will use the labor force. We need people to address the industry. Okay? Of course, next one is income equality. To ensure that there's no disparity without the government and industry. To make sure that income equality must be there. So people don't dispute. Either I work in industry, I work with the government. Then the next one is natural environment and resources. To ensure that the ecosystem and biodiversity is there. To ensure that ecosystem work in harmony. We talk about air quality. We're talking about water resources management. And bear in mind with us that some part of Malaysia, they still have enough water supplies. Even they have got some water supply, there has always problem. So that is another key that on the natural and to ensure that the water resources is there. And again, I said earlier, the waste management and consumption and public patterns. The last is climate action and resilience. We're talking about clean energy, climate change adaptation, industry. These are the keys. And the last, inclusive and quality of life. That means it got a bit inclusive. We're talking about housing, we're talking about security, we're talking about water and sanitation, health, being, and safety. So the last one, the sixth one, inclusive of all whatever we have, or the 6 criteria. So these are the main criteria being set forth by the United Nations for us to become a sustainable cities. But from the studies, then the United Nations come with strategies. So in order for us to achieve these 6 criteria, we must have strategies. Like we said just now, the policy is one of the things that you must do. Without the policies, no, we cannot get a support from the top management. We do some benchmarking to see how the maturity of our sustainability. So we take example, these are the Izmir is a town or city in Turkey, and Recitation is a city in Brazil, and of course Lisbon in Portugal. Of course, our next neighbor is Singapore. I don't know why they don't take Jakarta. Things. These are all United Nations specification, right? So first, we look where is the position of Malacca. Are still emerging, are still is consolidating, or advanced, are we always a sustainable city? So from the benchmarking, you can see that emerging, looking at finding a vision, lacking of implementation. No, we move to the second benchmarking, consolidate. How we consolidate the development vision? The city or the country must have vision to develop their sustainability. It cannot come just overnight. It must be a vision, a mission to achieve. And again, to achieve this one, we need a policy for that. Then Malacca, on this consolidating, we have our fiscal sustainability, we are okay, our climate change is okay, and our economy is all right. Then the next benchmarking, are we advanced or not? Advanced, looking about clear vision, no problem. Malaysia is good making of policies. Here, B and C. You're talking anything. We have our own policies. But again, the implementation. Because it's any project, either by initiated, it's got to be policy driven. So for Malaysia, I believe the policy driven is that. Then the next one is beginning implemented. Malacca, as I said, come in between the advanced and sustainable. We have clear vision, we have comprehensive strategy, we have self implementation. So the government and urban planning, nature, we have a good governance and the integration with the urban planning. Then the next one is, because Malacca fall into between Izmir and Recitation. But when compared to Lisbon and Singapore, we are not yet again to the status of sustainable. As you know that, I mean, in the group of ASEAN, we used to be Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand. Then come Indonesia, Vietnam, Laos. Then the next group will be Cambodia, right? But now you can see how Singapore has emerged themselves to become a most quote-unquote a developed country. Why? You can look at their implementation, look at the economy. The exchange rate now, Malaysia and Singapore, used to be 2-3 ringgit, now come more 4 ringgit per dollar. Right? So these are the things that you look, we benchmark where Malacca stay. Right? These are our benchmarking. I have 3 minutes. Okay, let me do quickly. Oh, this one. This one. Go back. I'll go back. Okay. Okay. These are the. We mark the methodology that we mark from 0 score to 100. 100 is the most favorable condition. You can see that Malacca is in between. As you can see the benchmarking, Malacca is in between Izmir, Lisbon, and Singapore. And in terms of overview, in terms of governance and telecommunication, we're still in the middle. Physical accessibility is still in the middle. Urban economies, and these are the outcome of our benchmarking to find out where Malacca situated. Okay, these are the outcome. Then from this one, we come up with our strategies. Okay, these are the points given according to the 6 criteria. These are points given by the study. Overview, we are about 60% under category of advanced. Governance and integrated, we are more than 60%. Still, we are advanced. Then physical sustainability, we are a bit low, about 30%. Remember the benchmarking, we still under stage of consolidating. Urban economies, we are about 50%, still consolidate. Then natural environment and resources, we are advanced, it's about almost 70%. Climate action and resilience, we are still consolidating. And of course, inclusivity and quality of life, we are at the highest point. We are such as well. Of the 6 criteria, we are being inclusive and quality of life. Meaning to say that the quality of life in Malacca now is much better compared to 10 to 15 years ago. So we use this scoring to ensure that as a guideline for us to implement our strategy. All right? So I quickly look at the strategy. These are in terms of economic success in Malacca. You can see from 2000 to 2014. You can see that some decline of the economic performance in Malacca. But the rate of growth of number of visitors have been declined because of, 2014 has gone down again. These are the reason. Then strategy reinforcing Malacca economic. How to reinforce Malacca as economic success? Re-evaluate strategies infrastructure, align the strategies, fostering. These are all strategies that has to be implemented by the authorities. Okay, these are the study have proposed. This is the first strategy. Then the second strategy is environmental plan. Make sure that the solid waste management is proper, water management is sufficient water, highly subsidized trustee limit, the energy and greenhouse gases, cheap energy prices, climate change. The second strategy, you have to integrate the environmental plans. So we have to synthesize the initiative, creating integrated environment approach and progressive toward recalibrated goal. Okay, this is another strategy how we have a short-term application and the long-term. Short-term, we're talking 1 to 5 years. These are the things that we have to achieve between 1 to 5 years. Then the long-term is between 15 years. Meaning to say that the United Nations have given Malacca maximum 5 years to achieve a minimum sustainable cities. By 15 years, they will come back to us to ensure that we are better on the par than Singapore. Okay, I just browsed through. This is where we are. This is our map. The pink one is a potential existence, right? And the red one on your left is actual what we are in 2013, and the future plan is on the right hand side. So we are looking at the map there, and this again, how to enhancing the serving and housing, strategy 3, 4, how to shape compact, efficient, and harmonious urban form, and again, 5 years to 15 years, make sure that we have enough of the development within 5 to 10 years. Okay, these are where you can see the transport system in Malacca. We have to rearrange our transport system in Malacca, and we have to shift Malacca mobility to model split. And the last strategy is demonstrating fiscal sustainability. 1 minute. And again, this is another strategy and the conclusion, right? These are the conclusion. I asked Prof how many minutes they give it to me. The problem with lecturer, when you got the mic, you can talk, and Prof will come down. When you got the mic, you can, okay, never mind. Come to the conclusion, right? Malacca develops a massively with international partnership like GPS, the global platform of sustainable cities. You have to be with the partners. As I said, there are more than 20 cities under GPS. You have to be the platform so that we can do our benchmarking. Need bold action and amid historical research and model. The keyword is the bold action. The government, the politician, the academician, the businessman, they have to be part of it. Or else things doesn't work, right? Priorities. What are the priorities? Economic competitiveness. You make sure that our profit is there. Urban efficiency and fiscal. The last, using GPSC, sustainability. As I said, they have the tool there. And integrating planning data is crucial for market to sustain development. Enhancing its global urban sustainability role. Okay? Okay, with that, I thank for your attention for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Abdullah. Very interesting presentation. Prof. Abdullah have highlight a certain important issues. He put the goal, SDG goal 11 as sustainable city and community as the main discussion. And then he also highlight the case of Malacca as an important city that tried to be part of sustainable city. Yeah? And then he also mentioned about benchmark scoring is one of the strategy, and including reinforcing economic, integrating environment plans, and any other. But I found a very interesting statement. It is about the importance of partnership and also how to use the technology wisely. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation, Prof. And now we will welcome our second speaker. There will be Professor Insinyur Sri Atmaja Putra Jatining Nugraha Nasir Roshidi, ST MSc am I right, Prof? PG certificate and PhD, PN, IPU, and ASEAN Engineering. It's a very long degree. I'm sorry if I make a mistake when mention it, Prof. He holds the prestigious position of Professor in Transportation within the Civil Engineering program at University Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. He also holds a Bachelor of Engineering from Department of Civil Engineering UMY and Master of Science in Engineering along with his PhD from Department of Civil Structure Engineering from the National University of Malaysia. He is actively teaching, conducting research, publish, and disseminate more than 100 articles in reputable international journal and international conference. He also has many books, patents, and also copyrights. Besides being active in academic activity, he is also actively participate in various professional organizations, including Ikatan Ahli Kebencanaan Indonesia, Persatuan Insinyur Indonesia, Himpunan Ahli Teknik Tanah Indonesia, and the International Association for Computer Methods and Advantage in Geomechanics. He was UMY Vice Rector for Student Affairs, Alumni and Internationalization since 2011 until 2017. His current position is the Director of Postgraduate Program UMY. And now this is your time, Prof. So the floor is yours. Please welcome Professor Sri Atmaja.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you, Burati, for the time, and it's my honor to be here together with you to share the information that I have related to the focus on my study. It is infrastructures. Actually, we already get a lot of information and explanation from Prof. Abu Abdullah about the sustainability. So it is easier for me to jump to other topic. Yeah? Today I'm going to give the sharing about the sustainability and resilience in infrastructure system. Sustainability is, everyone knows about that. Yeah, Prof. Abdullah already mentioned so many target goals, SDGs. We have 70th goal of the sustainability and how to achieve it. And Prof. Abdullah is already give the example on Malacca City to having the strategy to getting the sustainability city there. So I will focus in what we call it as the sustainability and resilience. This is a two almost similar terms actually, but actually it is different. We should have make a good understanding about both terms, and then we are trying to transfer that some to the technical terms or measurable indicators. So we can use the issues of sustainability and reliability can be implemented successfully in the infrastructure, particularly when we are designing, constructing, operating, and maintaining the infrastructure system. So I will divide into several parts of my presentation. First is about introduction, and the second I am going to talk about the problem and challenges. And number 3 is about the concept to implementation, how we transfer the sustainable and resilient infrastructure to the implementation part. And other is engineering measurement. It is a very important part because without this engineering measurement, it's impossible to realize the sustainable and resilient infrastructure system. And the last but not the least is about the recommendation. Okay, I will go to the sustainability. I will pass because sustainability is already mentioned before by Prof. Abu Abdullah. Sustainability in terms of the infrastructure. Infrastructure development plays an important role, the key role, in addressing many of sustainability development goals or SDGs, like equitable access to the basic services or basic life, climate change mitigation and resilience, and disaster risk reduction. However, it's not easy for the infrastructure to serve to get that point. Why? Because we still have the limitation in the infrastructure, such as the short term. Usually, infrastructure is designed in the short term period. We call it as the project, not in the program, not in the system. So that's one of limitation why infrastructure have a constraint to go to the sustainable and resilience infrastructure. And the second is about the silo-based thinking. It's still, sometimes infrastructure is developed by a certain institution and they don't want to share about their experience to the other institution. And third is failures to incorporate interdependencies, failures to address uncertainty, because uncertainty is quite important, should be considered in our design. So that's why some infrastructure design is avoid that factor, and we go to the big risk of infrastructure after that. And then the unquantifiable risk to investors, and then the last, a lack of the system tools and models. Why? That's why we put the sustainable as an important term embedded in the infrastructure. For what? Actually for overcome those limitations in planning and development. So if the term of infrastructure embedded, sustainable embedded in the infrastructure, actually we have a very comprehensive phase in the infrastructure. Sustainable infrastructure refers to the planning, to the design, construction, operating, and maintenance of the physical structures and systems that maximize climate mitigation and adaptation, promote social equality, and support economic development over the long term of life cycle of the infrastructure. That's a very good terminology, but it is very quite difficult to find it. Why? Because if we want to get the sustainable infrastructure, we should consider at least 6 components inside in the infrastructure. Number 1 is sustainable material. Sustainable infrastructure prioritizes the use of climate positive material. By utilizing recycled and renewable material, infrastructure project can contribute to circularity by reusing material. And incorporating sustainable materials in construction process, it also reduces the carbon footprint related to the material production, conserve natural resources, and reduce reliance of the fossil fuel. So it is very important. If we want to make our infrastructure is sustainable, we should have considered to use the sustainable material. And number 2 is energy efficiencies. This is also another component of the sustainable infrastructure. The building infrastructure is responsible for 40% for global energy consumption and 30% more of greenhouse emission. So it's mean that by integrating advanced technologies, practices, material, infrastructure planning actually can significantly reduce the consumption and associate its greenhouse gas emission. So the energy efficient is plays the important role to having the sustainable infrastructure. Number 3 is resilient to climate change or disaster. The rise of global temperature has already caused sea level to rise and an increased number of extreme weather events. Climate change poses substantially risk to infrastructure, and to ensure climate resilience and minimize disruption, infrastructure must be designed and built to withstand and adapt the changing weather condition and also to prevent the hazard, protecting our environmental in the process. Number 4 is about the optimal resources management. By using the material and designing for circularity, we can maximize resources recovery and conservation and promote resource use. Now we are in the state to use what we call as the hybrid infrastructure. What is the hybrid infrastructure? It is a combination between traditional engineering system with the natural infrastructure like a green space, wetlands, permeable surfaces, support innovation, and closest to infrastructure gap between the existing infrastructure and new infrastructure needed for a positive impact where we live in the harmony with the environmental. And number 5 is a sustainable infrastructure investment and social inclusivity. The sustainable infrastructure investment aim to benefit all members of society, including marginalized communities who have been shown to experience the greater impact of the climate change. When it comes to sustainable infrastructure, social inclusivity consider accessibility, affordability, and community engagement in the planning, design, and implementation phases of the construction in infrastructure. Last but not the least, it is long-term planning. Infrastructure development, investor, government, and all stakeholders involved in the construction can start to identify the most sustainable design, the good construction material, maintenance practices, by considering the long-term impact of various areas in the project from inception process to the decommissioning one. So I will discuss more about the life cycle assessment because it is quite important now to have to our stakeholders to changing, to shifting the paradigm from the project orientation to the long-term planning orientation, or we call it as the life cycle assessment phases. And this is about the sustainable infrastructure. How about the resiliency? Resiliency is come from, generally, it's come from the very simple term. In the dictionary, we can find the resiliency is the capacity to strain body to recover its size, its dimension, its shape after deformation caused especially by compressive stress. This is, of course, this is engineering term. But in generally, we can say that the resilience is an ability to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change. So based on this terminology, we can make the easier to understand what the significant role the resilience in infrastructure. The resilient is derived from the Latin resilio, is meaning the jump back. It's different with the recover. Recover can be back to the initial stage with slow, with step by step, gradually and slow. But resilient is with a jump back. It means that the rapidity, the fast of the recovery is one of important parameter in the resiliencies. So in the engineering terminology, we call resiliency is the ability of material in this term is the system of infrastructure to return to its original shape, original states, original position after getting the deflection, after getting the event of disruption, after getting the hazard or deformation. So, based on this, we make the conclusion from the resilient. What is the resilient in the infrastructure is, the resilient is the ability of the infrastructure system to maintain its demonstrated level of service or to restore itself to the level of service in the specific time frame. This has come from Hazlitt in 2009. Another definition is more general is the system ability to accommodate variable and unexpected condition without catastrophic failures. So it's means that if we have the very good or very resilient infrastructure, it means that the infrastructure, when disaster come, when the disruptions come, so infrastructure can easily to recover to back to initial condition after that. So what the principle in the infrastructure resilient is resilient infrastructure. First, resilient infrastructure is indispensable foundation for achieving sustainable development. And the second, infrastructure should provide critical services to community, supporting economic function and serving as the first line of defense against shock and disasters. And number three, what the principle of resilient infrastructure is, as the intensity and frequency of hazard continues to rise, to increase, so disruption to infrastructure system are becoming more frequent, resulting in significant economic, societal costs and losses. And how about the connection between sustainable and resilient? We can look at, in this figure, we can use the four-dimensional perspective to find the relation between sustainable and resilient. Now we can focus in the sustainable infrastructure in the dimension of environmental sustainability. It is in the sub-dimension of this, we can get the, what we call the criteria for the environmental sustainability, including the climate resilient principle for infrastructure project. There is the project design for low greenhouse gas emission, the assessment of the climate risk and the project resilient design. Number three is project design and system optimization for disaster risk management. And the four is talking about the durability, flexibility, recovery of design element and technological system. So now we can conclude it, what the relationship between the resilient and sustainability. Actually, resilient is a part of the sustainability, with the focus on how the infrastructure of the system has the capacity to remain functionally during the disaster event and complete recover after, as quick as possible after the disaster event. So we are go to the second part, is the problem and challenge. I don't want to go about the number of disaster, the number of the hazard event. No, I will go to the impact of the disaster and climate change to the infrastructures. Okay, we go to this one. The circle diagram in the figure illustrates us the relationship between the natural hazard, community asset, and the risk relationship. So three of them have the very close relation. When the natural hazard come, so the natural hazard have the potential impact to the community asset. So that's why it is necessary for us to calculate the relation between the potential, or we call it as the risk. So what about the relation between risk and vulnerability? Risk and vulnerability, both parameter is a very important parameter and very basic tool for infrastructure risk management. Vulnerability is the condition determined by physical, social, economic, and environmental factors or processes that increase susceptibility of the system itself to impact the hazard. Okay, so why the infrastructure is quite important now, and it is one of the main agenda in 70 SDG goal, because we look at in the infrastructure itself, because in one of the infrastructure we call it the critical infrastructure. It means that an asset, a system, a part thereof which is essential for maintenance of vital society function, health, safety, security, economic or social well-being of the people, and destruction of which will be a significant impact in a certain area because of the failure to maintain those functions. It means that there is very important relation element in the critical infrastructure, as we call it as interdependency. So interdependency is mean that bidirectional relationship between two infrastructure for serving the human life, which state of each infrastructure influence or is correlated of the state to the other. Generally speaking, we can say that interdependency in conceptual simple, it means the connection in different infrastructure in the general system to the system. So it is quite important now, and we can look at this next figure. This is the dimension of describing the infrastructure interdependency complex adaptive system. In this figure, it is show us very complex relationship characteristic by multiple connection among the infrastructure, feedback, feed-forward pathways, interactive, branching, and topologies. So we should consider this multiple interconnection infrastructure and their interdependency holistically. For this reason, I will use interdependency rather than dependency. And we can look at the example, this is the real example, when the earthquake came in Sumatra Barat in 2009, if I'm not mistaken. So we can look at this figure that the critical infrastructure destroy or failures after the disaster. So it's mean that when the road have the failed, well, the railroad have the failed, the building collapse partially or totally collapse. So it's mean that there is something disruption in the connection between one activity to the other activities. So we need to have the analysis, the good analysis to avoid that. So the solution is we are trying to answer this one. Where are the key vulnerabilities in infrastructure concentrated? It is in the design, it is in the construction process, or it is in the operation and maintenance process. How do interdependency magnify risk to the other system? So we should make sure that, because the infrastructure can be stand alone, can be working individually. Each infrastructure have connection, we call it in the infrastructure system. And last but not the least is about what the wider consequences of infrastructure disruption. Okay, I will jump, I'm sorry, because the time, from the concept to the implementation in the sustainability and resilience in the infrastructure system. Okay, we go to this, okay, we go quickly to this one. So we can look at this figure that in the first original state is look at the figure, I take the example, the railway transportation. The train can operate very good, frequent operate successfully with the descent speed and etc. But when the disruption event come to the railway, so it will be the performance of the railway will be decreased significantly until the resilient action plan to make the recovery, to make resilient back to the stable, recoverable state. So this process, we call it the resiliences. So there is 4 points in the resiliency concept in the infrastructure. Number 1 is robustness. What is the robustness? Robustness is the ability of the infrastructure system and the system element to withstand external shock or disaster or the hazard without any significant loss and performance. This is the character number one for resilient in infrastructure. Number two is redundancy. Redundancy is the extent to which the infrastructure system and the other element inside satisfy and sustain functionally requirement in the event of disturbance from disaster or the hazard. And number three is the parameter of resourcefulness. Resourcefulness is as ability to diagnose and prioritize, to identify the problem, to initiate the solution by monitoring all resources, including economic, technical, and information. And then parameter number four is rapidity. As I mentioned before, the rapidity is quite important in the resiliency. Rapidity is the ability to recover, to contain losses, and avoid a future disruption from disaster and hazard. So we go to the engineering measurement. This is an important point in engineering. How we make the measurement of resilient infrastructure system. We start with this one. This figure shows us the cycle of infrastructure. Actually, infrastructure, when we build infrastructure, it doesn't mean that we build forever. No. Yeah, infrastructure have lifetime. So I take in a biological term, the biological term life cycle represents as the steady change of an organism undergoes from the birth to the death. So infrastructure is same. Is starting from the birth stage and to the death of the infrastructure. So we call it as the life cycle of infrastructure. This is the important point, because this analysis to give us the fundamental engineering measurement resilient in the infrastructure system. Okay. Next, okay, it's little bit little bit mathematics. Sorry. When the infrastructure is constructed in the beginning, so the system performance infrastructure in the highest level. So when the disruption event come, so the performance will be decreased. The quality of performance will be go to the lower level. So we call it as the hazard. When the hazard come, the system of infrastructure is trying to resist. So we call it as the robustness. The robustness is like something like the boundary, the lowest level of infrastructure performance system to still give the serving, to still give the function as the infrastructure system after the disaster. After that, the system should jump back to the initial stage. So we call it as the recovering. So recovery is the system of infrastructure performance is trying to increase their performance from the lowest point to the better condition. So when we capture this principle and we write in the mathematical equation, so we will have the function of robustness, and we have the function of the resourcefulness, and we have the function of rapidity. So three of this one is the quite important parameter to draw, to insert in the measurement of resiliency in the infrastructure system. Next, about the solution, how to implement this algorithm in the calculation. So the first, we should calculate the performance. Performance is come from the development concept of as the foundation, as the target goal for the system performance design. So it is very quite important in every, or each infrastructure should have very clear performance, initial performance. because it will be a baseline target to assess the resiliency in the next step. The second function is stochastic. Disruption hazard is uncertain. So we should insert in our design as a stochastic function to accommodate the disruption, uncertainty of disruption of the hazard. And number three, we should derive the capacity from our infrastructure system. Based on this key element, so we can produce the measurement. This is the very simple mathematical equation or model that we use. The number one is resilience, is the part of the failures and recovery. If it's failures, okay, doesn't matter, the infrastructure will fail. But we should maintain infrastructure not go to the very lowest stage. It still can serve, it can still can as a function to give the function in the infrastructure. And then second one in the failures, this is the failures equation between ratio of the failures and performance. And last but not the least, this is the equation of recovery. It is a recovery scenario from the state when from the lower state of the infrastructure. Yes, 2 minutes more. Okay, this is the implementation of the model. I will go fast from here. So we can make any simulation. If we have the failures event definition, we can have three simulation of the fail: brittle fail, ductile fail, and graceful fail. And also for the recovery, we also can simulate at least 6 types of the recovery. Recovery back to the initial state, or above the initial state, on the lower initial state. So we can calculate this in the infrastructure system actually. And last is how to building resilient infrastructure. If we are talking about, previously we are talking about how to implement in the calculation, and now we consider what the factor to build the resilient infrastructure. Number one, a tipping point. We should understand which critical point in our design. So it's quite important to understand, because the critical point, sometimes we find the limitation of our system. The secondly, interconnected system. System is interconnecting each other, not independent infrastructure. Number third, in uncertainty, we should insert the stochastic function in our system of infrastructure. Number four, this is a similar like Professor Abdullah recommendation. This is many stakeholders involved. It's not only engineering term. It needs the economic term, needs the social term, need the psychology term, and so on. And then the trade-off, and last but not the least, monitoring. All right. I will go to recommendation. This is the last part, Bu Ratih, don't worry. All right, this is the factor that how we can maintain our infrastructure sustained and resilient. Time and resources is quite important parameter to have. And number two is stakeholder involvement in the policy making. Without the stakeholder involvement, of course, we cannot have the sustainable and resilient infrastructure. Number three is the most important, is the budget. Because almost we need to add is about 20 until 25% more budget if we want to our infrastructure more resilient and more sustainable. And then the secondly, measurement technology, and the last but not the least is artificial intelligence, big data expert, and the system. And this is the example, I will go, yeah, this is an example that we already, we have been done in our laboratory. We are now in working with Ministry of Transportation in Indonesia to have the resilient system in railway infrastructure. So we collect the data almost 4 years from Sumatra to the Java by walking, not by car, by walking, and tracking the railway tracks, and then we collect the data, the risk data, the hazard data, the potential hazard we included in our system, And we play with the artificial intelligence and the expert system to support the policymaker to have the good information about the holistic system in the infrastructure. And this is the technology we also develop collaboration with our laboratory and Ministry of Transportation. We use non-destructive testing to have the performance in the system. And the last one is the extraction database and integrating cloud system for infrastructure performance analysis. So I would like to invite all of you that have the good attention and good interest in this field. Please come and we can collaborate with each other to provide, to have the good, sustainable and resilient infrastructure. And thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Sri Atmaja. We already hear two keynote speakers, Prof. Abdullah talking about sustainable city with the case of Malacca, and Prof. Sri Atmaja has talking about the sustainable infrastructure. He also highlighted the importance of resilient infrastructure system, because resilient infrastructure system is indispensable foundation for achieving sustainable development. And both of them highlight about the importance of partnership, collaboration, and the technology advancement. So once again, let's give a big applause for both speakers here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now opening for the question and answer session. To ensure everyone has a chance to participate, please raise your hand if you have any question, and I will call you in order. If you are joining us virtually, please type your question in the chat box, and the committee will compile and send it to me here to read the question from you. We ask that you can keep your question brief and to the point, so we can accommodate as many inquiries as possible. Please state your name and affiliation before asking a question. So please, if there is any question from the floor, one question in the middle and then the others. Okay, second question from the left part and then in the center also. So please, for the committee, can you hand over the microphone? Okay, from the left side first, yeah. Please be brief and mention your name and affiliation.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So my name is Cahyo from Agribusiness, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. And I'm interested with the materials from Professor Sri Atmaja. And this is a very interesting about the sustainable infrastructure, since my PhD is talking about the relationship between the infrastructure and also with social activities in the rural livelihood. And Professor Sri Atmaja, I want to have one question. Do you think, you mentioned about the sustainable infrastructure between that you mentioned a lot of dimension. So in your research, do you think that infrastructure is really have a connection and relationship between the social activities, and then what kind of social activities, especially in Indonesia, in your research? And the second questions, this is a common questions in rural area in Indonesia, especially in the village. They always improve the road, but usually how many years the quality of road can be improved? Because you know the budget from the central governments, they can improve the road like every year, but every 6 months or every 4 months after the rainy season, the asphalt on the road become whole again and broken again. So what do you think about that kind of situation in Indonesia and how we can improve, especially in the village? Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. For the next question will be from the center, the middle here.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Misna. I'm from Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia. I'm interested in Prof. Abdullah presentations. I think Indonesia and Malaysia have some similarities in geography, climate, and culture. My question is regarding sustainability and communities. How important is the role of the community, more especially in solid waste management? How is the involvement of the local community in waste management program as an effort to improve environmental health in Malacca? That's all my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you from Ibu Misna from Public Health. And then the last question from this side.
Thank you so much. My name is Kekulapi Nyeleket. I'm from Liberia and I study at Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. I'm from the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, and my question will go to Dr. Abdullah. It's quite similar already, but basically, I would like to ask a question in the context of sustainable cities and also the term sustainability. We as countries from the global south, this is one of the words that we actually struggle with in having or achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, which seems to be a bit challenging and also impossible for many of the countries in the global south. So in terms of sustainable city, I'm happy to hear that a city from Malaysia has been recognized as a sustainable city. So in terms of collaborative governance, I'm asking from the perspective of governance. How has been Malacca approached in ensuring that the voices and concerns of different groups in terms of the community, in terms of the private sector, in terms of the authorities has been involved in terms of building Malacca as a sustainable city? And what kind of lesson can we learn from Malacca as countries in the global south? What kind of lesson can we learn from Malacca that can be used for implementation in our local countries as well? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We already, can we have another one question? Okay, please. One other question, the last question from front, in front.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Suraya, a senior lecturer from University Technical Malaysia Melaka. I have a question to Prof. Sri. If we can recall that in 2021, we had this a disaster in Suez Canal called Suez Canal disaster, where you have this mega vessel called Evergreen, unfortunately from Malaysia, okay, going to Europe, okay, has obstructed and caused $1 billion waste or cost in global trade along the Suez Canal. So I would like to have your opinion from the perspective of sustainable infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We already have 4 different questions, and maybe we will start answering from Prof. Abdullah. Yeah, we have 2 questions, at least 2 questions from you. From the first, it is about similarity between Malaysia and Indonesia and how the importance of local community. Yeah.
Okay. We are Nusantara. Malaysia, Brunei, Indonesia. I think I can put it, we have about more than 90% similarity between us. Culture, of course, languages, food, you know. I like to come to Jakarta pagi sore, you know. Nice nasi padang, you know. And the culture, very vast diversity, except that Indonesia is much bigger than Malaysia. Right? We have only like 30 million population. You have more than what, 270 million population. Right? The resources is there. One thing I really look at Indonesia is you have the resources, right? In order for the sustainability, as we mentioned from the day one, why we need sustainability. To make this world a place for us to live in prosperity. Nothing else. Either infrastructure, material, AI, whatnot, to make this world a better living. Right? You asked about Malaysia and Indonesia. This is where the cooperation should be there, right? And I believe that many of our researchers are from Indonesia. And one example is our prof, graduated from UKM from Malaysia. So there is another one of the collaboration for us to have sustainability. Because the word sustainability is, most importantly, is the third part, the social part. Forget about this engineering, forget about this technology, because these are the enablers. I've studied robotics in the 85 when I was first undergraduate. The robotics is still there, but now it's better, right? So for us, for the two countries, the most important thing is the understandable and partnership. Indonesia, as I said, the rich of resources, and Malaysia, as I know that we have quite a number of intellectuals, see? So for both of us to sustainable, the key word is partnership. Without a partnership, we cannot contribute to the healthy living. As one term here, you cannot live in silo. You cannot live in silo. People need a partnership, people need together. Another point I want to bring is the industry. In the industry, for example, right? Malaysia, you know that is one of the manufacturer of automotive. Okay? Proton. Till 2019, we cannot go together, we cannot achieve the technology because we need a partnership. That's why now we partnership with Geely, which is China. We come out a very modern, nice car, very high-tech car. So that is in terms of technology. But in terms of sustainability, as I said, from the Malacca model, there is some keywords that you have to think about it. The environmental, how can we help the economy, and of course, the social. So if both understand, especially we are academicians, we are not politicians. You see, remember, the politician can promise everything over the sky, but we cannot. Why? Because we need data, we need to work, we need measurement. So in order for us to have the sustainability, as I said, we have to sit together, right? Get the right data, get the right people, and most and foremost, the top-down policy. The government have to support. The budget come from them, the infrastructure come from them, you see. Like for example, the road, 6 months, you see, you can see after the rain. Why? That's again, the implementation and the support. So I believe in the achievement of sustainability between Malaysia and Indonesia, we have a great potential. A matter of time that we will achieve the place for us, Malaysia and Indonesia. I think I stop here. Thank you. Waste management. Wow. My brother, waste management is a big problem in Malacca. We have a population just under 1 million. But you cannot imagine how many tons we produce a waste. Not few years ago, the waste management center is only 20 or 15 kilometers from the city center. But now we have moved the waste management further out because the place cannot accommodate anymore. There is so much waste management. Because in Malacca, as I put in my presentation, one of the keywords is the waste management. We need to manage the waste properly. Because why? The output from that, for example, in my area, for example, they come and collect the garbage at least twice a week, twice. And you know how many houses there. And where they want to dump all this waste, right? So we have to, because if we don't manage the waste management, you can see by the roadside, it's ugly. People put all the garbage there, you know. You can see all the fries, all this. Because to be a sustainable bee, when people come to Malacca, to make sure that the road is clean, people want to see a proper, you cannot see all this rubbish here and there. You cannot just throw. But most important thing, how to make the waste management. So now we have an incineration project in terms of technology. Then probably we have another technology to use biodiversity or biotechnology in order to process the waste management, right? So if you look now, if you come to Malacca, we have the river cruise. 20 years ago, you look at the river cart, people can die inside there. People, everything dump in the river. Right? Well, with the new technology, the biotechnology, that we have cleaned the river now. People come to Malacca, you must take the cruise right Malacca River. Because why? We have cleaned the river. Right? Another experience I want to share about waste management, right? And pollution, right? If you go to any industry in Japan, when they dispatch all the waste, right? They ensure that there's a certain level of dispatch. What call it? Mineral they have to throw it away, and you can't believe it. And the big drain, even a fish can live inside that. Even a fish. For us in Malaysia, probably in Indonesia, you put the people, they will die inside that, right? So the importance of waste management to ensure that the environment is clean, the proper handling of the waste management, and how we dispose economically and environmentally of the waste. Okay, brother? I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then next to the question for Prof. Sri Atmaja, I think there is 3 questions here.
Oh, 3.
Yeah.
Yes, number 1 is about the relation between the infrastructure and social activities. Of course, there is the close relation or that, strong relation or that. We call it as the critical infrastructure. This is the system or asset in the infrastructure that a part of, therefore, will influence in the functional of the social activities. Without that, without infrastructure, so it will be any disturbance, any hazard in the social hazard itself. About the rural, why we still have the problem with the infrastructure in the rural area? Yeah, because we very expert into constructing something, but we are not expert to maintain. Yeah, we can look at in the budget what we call the budget structure. If we put a lot of money in the construction, but we forget to put a lot of money also in the maintenance, so that's a problem. Actually, that's the main problem. We can build successfully, like the road, like the bridge, like the railway, kereta cepat, and so on. But still remember that if we have so many infrastructure, it means that we should spare so many dollars for maintenance. If not, so it will be disaster. So that's the connection. That's why the quality of the road sometimes, is very worse. Yeah, after 6 months from the construction, it will be destroy, will be failure, something like that. Okay, number 2 is about number 3. Yeah, is about the sustainable infrastructure for disaster. Actually, sustainable infrastructure requires us to have the very good planning, starting from the initiating, starting from the design, and then planning, design, constructing, operating, maintenance. It should be connecting each other. We cannot only focus in design, but we avoid in the construction. We only focus in the construction, but we avoid in the operating maintenance process. All the phases of the construction is very close, and then each other has a very strong relationship. Because if we fail in the design, we not consider the, let's say, the hazard potential, the destruction potential. It can be happen in the maybe 10 years, 20 years, 100 years. So it should be integrated. So we cannot avoid the disaster, of course, because disaster can come suddenly, but we can identify in which area the disaster come and what's the impact of the disaster if it's happened to our infrastructure. That's the point. So the preparedness and the good design and the process of construction is quite important process in the sustainable infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Let's give a big applause for both speakers. Yeah, this is the end of the question and answer session, and we approach to the end of plenary session. I will not summarize all the material because it's too hard for a social science person here. But then I just want to stressing on the powerful words that already mentioned by both speakers here, Prof. Abdullah and also Prof. Si Atmaja. It is about the importance of action plan, partnership, and collaboration. So once again, let's give big applause for the speakers and all the participants for this plenary session. And for the end of this session, I'd like to say thank you for all the participants, the speaker that already attending and contributing to this plenary session. And the last words, keep healthy while you're having your rest of the day. This concludes for this plenary session, and thank you. I giving back to the Master of Ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you very much to Mrs. Ratih Herning Tias for guiding us in the keynote speech sessions of the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations. And also would like to ask to remain on the stage because we're going to the next event, which is the token of appreciations to our keynote speakers. And we would like to invite to Professor Diah Mutiarin to give the token of appreciations, the placard, to our keynote speaker today. The first placard will be given to Professor Dr. Abdullah.
Please give a big applause. Thank you very much, Professor Dato Abdullah. And the next placard will be given to Professor from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Profesor Insinyur Sri Atmaja. Alright, please remain on stage for a photo together. Professor Diah Mutiarin, please remain on stage for photo together. Also, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Profesor Insinyur Sukamta. Alright, so okay, move aside. Ready in 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much. You may back to your seat. Once again, we would like to say thank you to Mrs. Ratih Herning Tias and also our keynote speakers for sharing with us today. Professor Dato Abdullah and also Professor Insinyur Sri Atmaja. Once again, please give a big applause
for our keynote speakers for these plenary sessions.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is all the opening ceremony and the plenary session of the 8th Icomsay 2024. We would like to deliver our sincere gratitude and feel of honored for your presence and participation in our agenda. Also, we inform you that the closing ceremony of the 8th Icomsay will be held tomorrow, in the same room on August 8, 2024.
And also, after this, we're going to have a lunch and break for prayers. However, right after the break sessions, we're still here with you to report some sneak peeks of our focal sessions during our event today. So please stay tuned. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, let's close our event today by reciting Hamdalah together.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Good afternoon.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ratu Jaro Dance. Ratu Jaro harmonious movements with Islamic overtones. Ratu Jaro is derived from the words rato, to speak or chat, and jaro, fingers. Thus, this dance has the meaning of reading poetry or telling a story while strumming your fingers. The Ratu Jaro dance portrays the spirit and grace of Aceh's women who have been famed for their strength since antiquity. Brave, never give up, never withdraw, militant, and extremely close with one another.
And also, the Ratu Jaro dance is distinct from the Sama dance. If Saman is only played by men with odd numbers, Ratu Jaro is played by women with even numbers. Pure Saman is presented with hand clapping, chest clapping, and poetry sung by the lifter and performed by the dance.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ratu Jaro Dance.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dengan bismillah. Ci. Segala desha, segala desha, segala desha. Mewakili Allah, ke Rasulullah, selawat tabah. Selawat Ci. Hei, dikiratif gadah ingat dunia akhirat han merilek kan di dunia kan di akhirat kebit larzat wate merdike. Amin Allah summa amin urang mukmin. Berkat rahmat Allah yang bernangro Aceh hai makmur sejahtera. Hei, anak raja, hai dalim, hai polem, geset ada lumpur. Adu dengan ado adik sayang kasih saudara. Anak raja, hai dalim, hai polem, geset ada lumpur. Hei, lam burak-burak menari, lam atuh rung gunung, lam baca bengong, hai bungong, baca bengong, hai anak jikua, Burak-burak menari, lam atuh rung gunung, lam baca bengong, baca bengong, anak jikua. Sejumpa mirasi ulah Raja Lun, Raja Barosa, Bajan kehne jaksa gampang kamu berikhlas hati watan teka bermetua bermebahagia Hota Raja Lun betul nepio bak kampungnya Hota Raja Lun betul nepio bak kampungnya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ratu Jarodens, please give a big applause. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may have a lunch and break prayers, and we'll be back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Berarti bilang.
We would like to inform to all participants you may go to your vocal room that has been informed, and for all the university leaders and also Icomsay committee and our distinguished guests, you may go to the A.R. Fahrudin A building, first floor. Thank you.
progress. International Program of Accounting and International Program for Islamic Economics.
the ocean hugs the shore. Hold me close, sway me more. Like a flower burning in the breeze. Dance with me, sway with me. Where we dance, you have a way with me. Stay with me, sway with me. Have a way with me, stay with me, stay with me. Well, we dance, you have a way with me. Stay with me, stay with me. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Ada ini bunda yang lain dari mana ini boleh mau bergabung?
Pokoknya yang mau bergabung bersama kami Cafe Break di sini boleh.
Boleh.
Langsung saja, kita dengan senang hati Kak Tata ya.
Iya betul sekali Kak Bait ya, apalagi Cafe Work Entertainment menemani breaknya teman-teman juga ya. Tentunya Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang sudah hadir tentunya di siang hari ini. Sembari menikmati hidangan yang sudah disediakan. Ada bakso, pempek, ini khas Indonesia semua ya.
Pempek.
Iya betul.
Ada apa lagi Kak Tata?
Di sana saya melihat bakso,
iya, ada siomay juga.
Siomay, ya betul. Sembari menikmati hidangan Coffee Break juga ya tentunya ditemani
Betul.
Coffee Break Entertainment.
Iya.
Lagu berikut ini special request ya Mas Bait ya.
Special request dari
Iya.
teman-teman semua ya.
Iya.
Ada band yang baru saja kemarin belum lama ini
Datang.
konser di Jakarta.
Wah.
Dengan visual layar yang sangat bagus, yang kayak monster-monster gitu.
Oh ya, mungkin yang
Avenged
menonton ya.
Sevenfold, betul.
Crossing down the concert line, miles away from Jerusalem, purpose hard to find. While I recall all the words you spoke to me, can't help but wish that I was there, where it allows to be. There's nothing here for me on this railroad. There's no one here while the city sleeps, and all this home can't help but feel all the sounds I'm having of you. Pictures and some memories will have to help me to when I'm not around, but I'm not so far away. You're away from those I love. Purpose how to be.
Yeah, Dear God by Avenged Sevenfold.
Ya, special request ya, kita bawakan special siang hari ini.
Iya, itu lagu masa remaja saya. Oh, boleh sekali, silakan.
Boleh, monggo.
What's up tulisannya?
25 years, my love is still together. Love is still trying to get that great big hill of hope for a destination. I realized quickly when I know I should that the world was made of brotherhood of men for whatever that means. And so I can't sometimes lying in bed just to get it all what's in my head, and I'm feeling a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream from top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Try, oh my God, do I try all the time in this institution, and I pray, oh my God, to pray, I pray every single day for revolution, though I can't lying in bed just to get it all off what's in my head, and I'm feeling a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream from top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. My love is still trying to get that great big hill of hope for a destination. Terima kasih Indonesia,
Terima kasih kakak. Oh iya.
Ya baik ya, Dr. Awin. Ya, apa namanya karena sudah menyumbangkan 2 lagu di UMY atau Icomsay, kita balas satu lagu saja. Kita balas dengan lagu Malaysia, Siti Nurhaliza. Judulnya apa nih Pak? Wajah Kekasih ya. Ku menyaksikan itu. Tapi suara saya biasa. Tapi ini karena menghargai tamu dibalas satu. Ya Mas ya gitu ya Mas. Dengar dulu.
4/4 Ren.
Kayaknya Ibu C deh.
Oh iya. Coba dicek.
Ku Dinda, oke lah,
I've had my dues, time after time. I've done my sentence, but committed no crime. And bad mistakes, I've made a few. I've had my share of forgive my
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back with us again in the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's such a great time to see you again after the break. And we would like to proceed to the parallel session, which we have 16 vocals in this 8 Icomsay 2024.
There are a lot of vocals, right?
Yep. What are they?
The first one is New Dream. The third one is IC3EIS. The third one is iSitcom. And also we have Iconart. We have iSense. We have Icomsay. We have Icosay. We also have iSencol and iSenso.
We also have ICGP. We have ICSD, Ichitame, ICMHS, ICPU, ISCEIE, ICDSA. And those are the 16 vocals, but for today we're going to report to you several
just only several vocals that we're going to present to all of you here.
Yeah.
And we're going to present them, rest of them tomorrow.
Yeah, so please stay with us for the parallel session. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Will not be replaced by robots, at least for now. In preparing my presentation, I come across this interesting survey done by the American Bar Association a couple months ago. It has 7 simple questions, including whether American law schools curriculum contain AI-related courses, whether the applicants of the law school can use generative AI in the preparation of admission materials, and whether law schools revise the academic integrity codes in response to the development of AI. A total of 29 law schools respond to the survey. So you can find the full survey at the link I provided on the slide. So as we can see, a little more than half of the responding law schools, that's 55%, currently offer AI-related courses to students. Some courses titles specifically mention AI, as we can see from the left side of the column. And some other courses may indirectly involve AI-related contents, such as e-discovery or fintech law and policy at the right-hand side of the column. In addition, 83% of responding law schools offer classes where students can learn how to use AI. The reason behind this high percentage, I guess, is because legal texts are rather common in today's legal practices. So more practical courses are needed in the American law schools. With regard to the law school's policy concerning students' use of AI, 69% of the responding schools updated their academic integrity policies in response to generative AI. However, more than 60% of the responding schools have not yet made their mind regarding whether to allow their applicants to use generative AI in the admission process. I think it is quite understandable because the pros and cons of using AI is not very clear right now. So the above mentioned survey let me think, is AI different from other technology advancement? We must recall the digitalization process in the past, such as the prevalence of personal computer, the improvement of information technology. Although it has transformed our life, its influence on law and legal education is rather limited. We have witnessed the convenience of digital legal databases. New human rights, such as information privacy, have been recognized, and new laws, such as data protection law, are promulgated. Finally, for some old laws, new technology demands revisions or at least reconsideration of existing regulations. But that's about it. AI seems to be different. AI's impact on law is comprehensive. It has brought revolutionary legal research tools, assisting us to analyze judicial behaviors, such as the research we see on this slide, predicting child custody decisions in divorce cases. In addition, legal texts change the way of practicing law in many aspects, from data management to due diligence and many more. At the same time, almost all areas of laws have discussed AI's impact, from international law regarding the regulation of AI-based weapons to constitutional law discussing issues like discrimination, due process associated with the use of AI, from civil law, such as smart contract, product liability, tort liability, to criminal law, criminal liabilities of autonomous vehicles. Similar discussions and interesting discussions are found in competition law, intellectual property law, and even legal philosophy. So here comes the question: how to teach law students about AI? I believe we face at least 3 challenges. First, in Taiwan, most undergraduate law students do not have necessary tech backgrounds. Neither do most faculty members, myself included. As I mentioned earlier, AI influences many areas of laws, and I don't think any single teacher can cover all grounds. And thirdly, traditional courses already have lots of content to teach. There's simply not enough room for AI-related contents. So let me take the 2 courses I teach. For example, constitutional law, for one, a 3-credit course. I need to talk about basic constitutional law principles, judicial review, human rights, and separation of powers in 1 semester. There is absolute no room for AI-related contents. Although AI does raise important issues regarding democracy, free speech, equal protection, and due process. The other course is Data Protection Law, a 2-credit course. In this course, I can only briefly touch upon AI's impact on data protection principles, such as purpose limitation, transparency, etc. But AI raises many data protection issues, especially in the algorithm training process. How to lawfully obtain training data, how to ensure data accuracy, how to ensure data security. I don't have time to discuss these issues with my students. So facing these challenges, we at NCCU College of Law come out with an experimental course called AI and the Law. It's a 3-credit elective course for upper class students. We collaborate with teachers from College of Informatics of our university who provide basic background knowledge about machine learning, NLP to students and teach them how to use AI to conduct basic legal research. We also have a total of 12 teachers to discuss AI's impact on respective areas of law. So here you can see the class arrangement. So 4 weeks for AI and so-called public law related classes. AI and criminal law for 1 week, 2 weeks for AI and civil law. All classes are taught by our faculty members who are experts in relevant fields. So for example, we have a faculty member who has double majors in psychology and law, teaching AI's application in medical field. In addition, hot topics like AI and intellectual property law, AI's application in workplace are also covered. Finally, we also have a professor of jurisprudence to discuss AI's cultural myths and its legal reflections. The course is the first of its kind in Taiwan, legal education. And we see that students show very high interest in taking this course. We hope this course can achieve 3 goals: providing a holistic view on AI and the law, piquing students' interest in AI-related legal issues, and finally, bridging to more focused studies and seminars. However, designing and implementing this course is not without challenges. Professors usually have strong opinions, and it's hard for them to agree on something. Here, we have 12 professors in 1 course. In addition, because teachers in this course only teach at most 2 classes, that's 6 hours, so they cannot earn teaching credits from this course. It becomes a pro bono work for them. Lastly, we lack local materials and local cases. So therefore, comparative law is an important part of this course. The EU AI Act, Biden administration's executive order, or the WHO's guidance all become our reference materials. I think it is a good example to show the value of comparative law.
If we control it at source, there are no brown issue of water in the future. This is what Japanese did. Okay, Japan. What I'm trying to say is they have like a very good attitude that we need to follow them. Okay, if let's say they say the rule is like this, means you just follow the rule. But how about our people? Same. I can say Malaysia, Indonesia, we are same. Okay. Okay, we go faster. These are the accord concept. As you can see, we have a detention pond, retention pond, wetland, okay, bioretention, water quality pond, so on and so forth. And this is what we have in our campus. Okay, you heard about wetland or not? I don't know what is the words in bahasa Indonesia or tanah bencah. Huh? Lahan basah. Okay. This lahan basah or wetland, the function of it is same as our kidney. Kidney is to treat or to make sure the water that going out being treated, right? Same as what we have here. Lahar basah. Okay, this wetland, the function is we put all the plants to absorb the pollutant. Okay, for instance, like heavy metal, so on and so forth, it will be treated by the specific types of plant. Okay, that is the function of wetland. Okay, there's other. This is what you can see in our campus. In our campus. Pak Ihsan already been here. Okay. We control it at source, meaning we try to make sure that the water, in terms of quality and quantity, being controlled. Quality means before it's going to this. What happened? Okay, before it's going to this brownish color of river, the water are clean and going to this river, meaning we control it at source. Not only that, we also control the volume of the water before it's going downstream, meaning that we try to reduce amount of water that can be flooded at the downstream. Okay, that is the way of control at source happening inside of this campus. And now we are submitting, okay, to UNESCO to have like a eco-hydrology demo site. We are submitting the form and we hope that we get that certificate soon from UNESCO. Okay, these are what we have inside of our campus. I don't have many time. Okay, these are like a living lab. When you entering this campus, it's like your lab. Okay, you can feel and experience it by yourself. Okay, what we have inside of this campus. Actually, not only we as a human enjoying the environment, but what are very interesting to know about this. Okay, these are all photos of our campus. I make it faster. Okay, the concept, the everything that we have, retention pond, detention pond. Okay, inside of our campus. Many activities that can be done, okay, kayaking, fishing, so on and so forth. Okay, and these are the most attractive thing. Migrated birds are coming, not only from China, but also come from Europe, come from Japan, come from any other countries in the world to see me. Okay, yeah. Now we are trying to make a book. One book, we call it as a coffee table book, to collect all data, all of these birds that coming from all over the world. Okay, we try to have like this data and give to visitors in the future. Okay, and of course, it's very interesting, you know, very interesting to know that not only you enjoy inside of this campus, but also birds are also enjoying. Okay, as you can see here, these are hooper. Hooper in bahasa we call it hut-hut. Hut-hut. Tahu kan burung hut-hut? Ini adalah national birds of Israel. Maybe you don't know, but I'm telling you. Okay, these hut-hut are national birds of Israel. Okay, meaning that what I'm trying to say is these birds are traveling, you know. Yeah, maybe that from that African country, European, so on and so forth. Okay, they are there in our, yeah, Phoenix. No, it's not Phoenix. Yeah. Okay. I think it's also here in Indonesia, right? I think, but I don't know. Okay, yeah, there are many activities as what I can say, but now I would like to share about what we have already shared to our nation. Okay, there are many visitors that coming. There are many. What can I say? Every week, visitors are coming to our place. Okay, because why? Because we want to share. Okay, we don't want to keep it by ourselves, but we want to share with others. Okay, this is a successful application of bioaccords that we have. We implement this in the hospital, okay, in the clinic, okay, this is a clinic that we have. You see as a green drainage system, okay, and from this system the water being treated by a nature-based way or nature-based solution, okay.
Prof. Ravi, sorry, 5 minutes remaining.
Okay, yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm just showing my slides, and there are many actually. Okay, ground drainage system that we have in the field, and from the water that we collect from the field, we watering the field during a drought season. Okay, these are the concept that we have, and we implement it outside of our campus. Okay, I think that's all. They are short video, but what I'm trying to say, the water that we storage underneath of the field are being used during a drought season. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. Do you have any question? Please raise up your hand, and I will try to answer your question. Thank you.
It can be as low, it can be negative infinity, but generally we want it closer to 1. That means good accuracy. So this is the validation. We simulated it. We compare it with historical data from Rayong site. So we measured the FMB, the yield, VDM, which is the vegetative dry matter, excluding the fruits, flowers, and excluding the roots. So vegetative is the above ground, whereas the total DM is the total dry matter, which includes the root biomass weight, pinnae weight, rachis weight, frond weight, that means the rachis and pinnae combined, the trunk weight, the leaf area index, LAI, and the trunk height. So we have, I think, Rayong, we have about 20 years historical data. And then we have these properties. Again, we look at the distribution of the measured and observed, measured and simulated. We want it to be like this. So for the trunk height, you can see it's almost lying on the diagonal line, which is the line of agreement, and it has a very high Klein-Gupta index, 0.93, low mean bias error, 7%, and mean absolute error of 8%. So this is a good simulation. But the yield, which is one of the most looked at or the prioritize the yield parameter. This is a good distribution of error, 78% Klein-Gupta, 2% bias, and 16% absolute error. So the trunk weight, we have some problems simulating the trunk weight. You can see, yes, it is a nice straight line, but unfortunately the line doesn't lie above, on, or along the line, along the diagonal line, the dotted line. So you can see the bias is high, 35%. And LAI, and this is for Kerayong, for all sites. Kerayong means for all planting densities. This is Melimau. Again, the trunk height is very good. The trunk weight is better than the previously, the Kerayong, but still at high trunk weight, you get the error gets larger. LAI looks like this. Melimau, the yield, and so on. So at least it lies along the diagonal line. This is Sungai Buloh. It's all composite of all the, so every point represents one palm age and one planting density. Trunk height, good, trunk weight, and so on. Renggam, the trunk weight is not good. Trunk height also not good, but the yield is good, and so on. This is for Sabrang. The dots are fewer because of less years that you have. I think Sabrang has 7 years of data only, or few planting densities. So all overall, the yield is good. Trunk height is good. The worst being the trunk weight. And Sri Intan, at Sri Intan, we only measured 3 properties: the yield, the LAI, and the trunk height. And Kalumpong, we only measured the yield. So although we have many years, I think 23 years of data, but we only measure the yield. So overall, this is the distribution of the metrics of the error, the mean error, the mean bias, and the Klein-Gupta index. So the red line that you see, the vertical line, this is the ideal. That means we want it ideally to be at 0 for mean absolute error, for bias to be 0, and KGE to be as close as 1. So here we see that overall 3/4 of the prediction lies within 6 to 27% of the model errors, minus 22 to positive 17% of the model bias, and 3/4 of the simulation lie between 0.39 to 0.98 for the KGE. We excluded the trunk weight simulations because that was very bad, and the few outliers that you can see here, the dots. Dots here that you can see, the dots, we excluded that. This is very few points, about, I think in total about 10 points only we excluded that. So taking the 3/4, most of it
by the growth of fintech in tourism transaction, micro environmental conservation by reducing pollutant sources and using renewable energy. We need more time and evidences to claim the significance of smart destination contribution to achieving SDGs in Indonesia. So, therefore, stakeholders have to have a strategic policy agenda to encourage the development of smart destination as a way to accelerate SDGs targets, especially in the fourth sector mentioned above. The last one is that research to find obstacles to developing smart destination is also urgently required or needed, as this can help stakeholders to develop more appropriate programs and strategies. That's all my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you. I give back to Pak Kasali.
Thank you very much, Professor Anton, for a very insightful lecture. I would like to go on to the second keynote speakers, and then after that, we're going to begin the question and answer after the all keynote speakers.
In pigmentation, maybe we can use some sun protection. Yeah, like we are when we are going using motorcycle. Some of us will use glove, sock, and we close all the body using our skirt or our tools. So that one kind of managing for the skin pigmentation in order not getting darker. Or maybe we can use skincare products. So maybe after this, for this presentation, for this whitening cream products that I would like to share about the availability of the mercury and hydroquinone inside in the skin product. Yeah, we can use some skincare product to make our skin to be lighter, like vitamin C, vitamin C, niacinamide, or maybe some green tea extract or anything. And usually, to make easier to be lighter, so we can use some before, in the past, we can use mercury to make the skin to be lighter. Or maybe we can use hydroquinone. But we have to note that mercury, hydroquinone, retinoic acid, that one is a compound that if we do not careful to use it, so the effect is not getting a lighter skin, but we will get a worse skin. So when we would like to get the program for whitening process, so we have to see the doctor, ask the direction. So don't do it by ourselves. Please do the direction, the instruction, and we have something, some side effect or everything, we can see the doctor. If we use that, the hydroquinone or mercury maybe, but right now mercury is already forbidden. So this one, another thing for managing skin pigmentation is using medical treatment. That I said before, that we have to see the doctor when we are going to get some lightening skin process program. Like Michael Jackson maybe. Everyone know about Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is, he is an orang hitam, Negro Negroid, from Negroid. And actually when he is young, his skin is dark, like Negro. But after he is going to be the star, so they change all the skin to be white. So that thing, I'm sure he met his doctor about that. Every day he must get some medicine about that. So maybe some side effect, many side effects appear to him. And I think when end of his life is we can show everyone, we can show about that. So I think we have to note about whitening program. Okay, next please. Okay, whitening agent. There are many mechanisms how to make our skin to be lightener. So first, that is inhibition to melanin production. Inhibit the melanin production in the melanocyte. Melanocyte is a cell in the epidermis that produce the melanin. And another one is reduce the amount of the melanin to form inside the melanocyte. Or maybe we can use a mechanism stimulated the excretion of the melanin from the melanocyte. Or maybe some of mechanism is to inhibit the activity of tyrosine enzyme. Or maybe there is a mechanism to break down the oxidation chains. Oxidation chains like when our skin getting, UV, we can use antioxidant to reduce the oxidation process. Yeah. Okay, next please. That's all the mechanism that, to reduce the melanin value inside the melanocyte. So there is a mode of action in the whitening agent. Like this is some depigmentation agent that commonly used in the whitening cream or whitening cosmetic. Like mercury derivative. Mercury derivative is they have a mechanism to inhibition of tyrosine enzyme. Another thing is hydroquinone. Hydroquinone is inhibition the oxidation enzyme. Yeah, enzyme oxidation. So they will interact with the oxidation enzyme. Vitamin C, ascorbic acid palmitate. So that one is strong oxidation agent that able to reduce the amount of the melanin. Like mulberry extract, green tea extract. That one is inhibition to the tyrosine and UV melanokinesis. Yeah, melanokinesis, forming of the melanin. Or maybe we can use hormone. Yeah, hormone antagonist alpha melanocyte stimulating hormone. We can use hormone as well. But usually for hormone, we have to see the doctor for this one. Okay, please, next. Why the red one not appear? Okay, as we know that there are some dangerous whitening ingredients such as mercury. The first one, red one, is mercury, and the second one is the hydroquinone.
All right, back with me again at the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations, Icomsay 2024. As we already hear in the parallel stations, we would like to give you a live report from our reporter here, Ola, which will be deliver informations for the second new dental research exhibitions and meeting of the New Dream. Hi, Ola. Am I audible right now?
Hello, Brother Shafiq.
Okay, so...
Am I audible?
Yes, you can give your report about what's going on there and what's the theme and what's the situation is going on.
Okay, thank you so much. So here I am starting my live report. I'm currently at RSKM building and this is the focal point for New Dream. Here, already with me, is Dr. Arya Adiningrat as the chairperson of New Dream. Nice to meet you, Doctor. Okay, so the situation here is really interesting. As I could see at a glance in the 4th floor, there are so many participants already. And if I may ask you several questions about today's event. First of all, can you explain a little bit what is New Dream and what is the theme for this year?
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the questions about this conference. So our focal names is Second New Dream 2024. So actually, New Dream is a new name because we start using this name since last year. So previously, we utilized dream only. So the first dream, the second dream, and so on. So I think it's supposed to maybe around 2012. We have already had this kind of meeting. So basically, dream is dental research exhibition and meetings. So this meeting originally we provide and also perform this meeting is for maintaining collaboration and also research, scientific reports. So because we need to have scientific reports all in a regular time, and also in order to maintain the good relationship between our partner institution inside and also abroad. So we have this kind of meetings, and in these second meetings in 2024, our theme is pursuing applied dentistry technology through biomedical engineering and digitalization. So why we choose this theme? Because nowadays we realized about the global challenge in the dental field. So in order to move forward and also in order to communicate better with our colleagues and also international collaborators and also partners, definitely we have to enhance and improve ourselves. So this kind of topics hopefully can bring us to nearly come to the site, the applications, and also incorporating and collaborating with the current situation nowadays, technology, advanced technology and digitalization, and also community-based applications. So this kind of background made us to choose this kind of themes. We are going to pursue this idea.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. That is really an interesting theme for this year. And I see it's really collaterate to our current situations. Okay, so the next question, Doctor. Who are the keynote speakers for this conference?
Okay, thank you very much. So actually we have very nice and wonderful keynote speakers. So first of all is from our own colleagues, internal colleagues, also Dr. Erlina Simmahanani in the scaffold expertise area. And the second is one of our international collaborators from Japan, Fukushima University. So we will have a Professor Yasuse Kudo, PhD from the Oral Bioscience Department. And the next days, we will have two very innovative young lecturers. So they are from NIH, your National Institute of Health, United States. So hopefully these speakers also can enlighten us with a new perspective, and also bringing us a very cutting-edge knowledge as well. So maybe.
Okay, I see. So there are not only national but also international keynote speakers, and also from Japan and USA, who is known to have an advanced technology. And yes, we do hope that it will bring new insights for this conference. Okay, so last questions, Doctor. What is the objective of this conference?
Okay, thank you very much. So for these last questions, the first objective for this conference, obviously, maintaining very good collaboration between our partner institution inside and also in other countries. So that's the first objective. And the second objective is broadening and also communicating our research product. So this kind of scientific session is a good place for us to share the idea, to have idea sharing and also reporting our every one of us in the current latest research. That's one. And the third one, of course, disseminations of our result. So it means publications. So hopefully through this international conference meeting, we also have already have an agreement with the international publisher from United States as well. So in the IEP publishing group, so they are willing and approved already our proposal to collaborate with us for the publications. Okay.
Wow, that is really amazing. They already have collaborations with USA soon, and yes, we cannot wait for that. Okay, so I believe this is all for the live report from New Dream. Thank you so much for giving me your precious time, Doctor, as I see you also so busy in the fourth floor. And I hope this conference will bring many new innovations and new great things for the future. That's a wrap from us. Back to you, Brother Shafiq.
All right, thank you, Ola, for the reports. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that was the report that was just reported by our reporter, Ola from New Dreams, which is the second New Dental Research Exhibitions and Meeting. Ola just speak with Dr. Gigi Arya Adiningrat, PhD, as the focal leader of this focal, whom speaks about the objectives of this conference, which is first, there are 3 points that Dr. Gigi Arya Adiningrat, PhD, have mentioned before, that the first objectives would be the collaborations, maintaining the collaborations between our national partner and also international partner. And then the second one would be how this Focals conference could be a place for us, for the participants of the Focal, to basically just share the knowledge and also share the results of their research. And then the third one would be how this New Dream Focals could be a place for them to disseminate or to present or just to share the results of the focals of the research, to be basically become a paper, research papers later on. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back for you again to report for our next focals. Thank you very much. See you next.
In the US also, it's already common, right, Doctor?
Yes,
Even
yes,
in
right.
Japan, it's already common for the stem cells bank. So you can, for example, if you have a kid, you have a child, the umbilical cord, please take it. Don't throw it in the, don't bury it like at the before. So you can put it for the future, probably. We don't know, right? So, yes. Yeah, I remember, Doctor, I'm sorry. I'm not the expert, but before, when I was in the PhD course, so my senior, it is Dr. Resmi, she did the regeneration. If I'm not remember, if also bone regeneration, but in the periodontal area. So in that time, she used the layering technique cells, not kind of scaffold. So I think there is many ways, right, doctor, for tissue engineering in the dentistry field. So I think we, in the end of the today's lecture, the very wonderful lecture. So as a conclusion, I think as a dentist and also as a scientist, we need to think more about tissue regeneration and tissue engineering, because I think this is the future for our, the humanity, the humankind, the future of our generation also. So I think we don't want to become a god, right, doctor? But we want to, as a hand of our God, to help, to regenerate, to help, we cannot say to fix, but yeah, we can say it's fixed if there is any damage that sometimes, unfortunately, we got some accident or something like this. Things happen easily, right, in this era. So I think, thank you very much, Doctor, for your lecture. It's an honor for me to guiding this discussion. So thank you also for all the participants, and may in this amazing lecture bring benefits for all of us. Please give warm applause to Dr. Elena. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will return to the Master of Ceremony.
To industries to improve productivity. Similar thing we saw in machine learning, that people anticipated that we were too optimistic, and many businesses, many industries were not ready to adopt machine learning and predictive tools. The third one is basically generative AI. Now it is too early to comment that whether they are going to produce or improve significant productivity. But one thing which is coming as a question is the cost of implementation of generative AI tools may be very high, and running these GPUs, which goes behind the hardware that goes behind running these generative AI tools. So there are many reasons for not a positive impact. And one of the things that I study particularly in this area is human behavior, and how decision making has an impact on when technology is not able to provide or impact significantly high, and human behavior and decision making process come on the way. So let's talk about why human behavior and decision making is so unique. And the first thing we need to think about is 2 million years ago, when we were hunters and gatherers, we developed skills that helped us let us survive for a long duration. For example, we use less energy to make decisions. So you realize there are so many tools which are now makes you help making like very big decisions on a click. For example, whom to make a friend. Let's say if you remove the social media, now if you go to school, it used to take a lot more time to build friends. Now in social media, just press connect, and you're connected, you can talk. The next one is little bit of stress followed by reward is addictive. So you'll realize that when you scroll an app, that is the stress, that what am I going to see the next? And the reward that you're going to see is the next article or next picture or next video. And this is very addictive. So you will notice that when you're watching YouTube, one question would be to think that why when you look at longer videos, you may stop feeling bored after a while, but on the shorts, you can actually spend, or the reels, you can spend 45 minutes without even realize so how much time you have already spent. So because it's basically a little bit of stress and then followed by a reward is addictive. The next thing I wanted to check to tell you that what helped us survive is transfer learning. So let's say if we know how to protect ourselves from a particular animal, it used to help us whenever we go to a different location, it will help us to protect ourselves. So we'll start developing tools. So we'll transfer the learning from one to another. If we know how to grow wheat, we know how to grow rice, for example. So basically, it's called a transfer learning, and it is extremely important for our survival. The most important part, again, is as a humans, we are social. So if everybody likes my video, I feel good about it. If I have to give a talk, I will put it on the social media to also showcase that, look, my talk, my own work is very important. It gives you also a sense of power. So there are many things which basically are important in our DNA, and that is required the businesses to know that how to design the operations. So let me give you one example and ask a question. That there are two mobile screens I'm showing you. One has pagination, means for every page you have to click 1, 2, 3, and 4. Whereas there is another screen which is infinite scroll. So you can keep on scrolling without stopping. So for example, Instagram. Which one is most common that you see? The left one or the right one? Can you type on the screen? So in the interest of time, let me tell you that infinite scroll is much more common. Now, if you look at infinite scroll, if you write, by the way, when correct, so someone answered the question, correct, so on the right one. Also, you'll realize that pushing your thumb on the upwards is easier and takes less effort than if you drag the thumb down. So all the infinite scrolls are moving upwards. So basically, less effort is swipe up, more effort is swipe down. So by design, companies take these into consideration and put swipe up as a default. So even if many industry leaders are competing, you will see Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, everyone will have infinite scroll in common, and also they move using upwards. So this is a common thing that I wanted to share with you, that behavior is an important part of design of technology as well as operational systems as well as any system. And people are now paying a lot more attention to your behavior, how you behave in designing this technology. And that is where I was mentioning that the new age is coming towards personalization, where they in fact look at when do you scroll, when do you read social media, and I'll then send you the notification at that point of time. So coming back to operations management, I'm going to show you some research examples next to show you the interactions of technology and behavior. So I'll specifically talk about, in interest of time, only 3 types of research areas that I work on. One is technology-based feedback. The second one is healthcare error reduction. And the third one is human and AI collaboration, which are the 3 of my research areas. So let's talk about the technology-based feedback. So if you drive a car, you will know there are AI technologies available to provide you feedback on your driving behavior. So it will give you a score that will tell you how good you drive. It will also tell you that in which areas, for example, speeding or changing lane or acceleration side, I need to improve. So in general, a lot of people started thinking that this is going to change the driving behavior. So a lot of products, particularly in the insurance sector, started coming up. So when you drive, what you need to do is you have to install an app, and you don't have to do any other thing. Just install the app, and then every time you'll drive, it'll give you a feedback of your trips. So each trip, it'll give you a score. How did you do well? How much you speed? How many times you have put fast brakes? How many times you've accelerated very sharply? So on and so forth. And you'll receive a feedback after the trip completion using the AI. And what happens finally? What is the objective of this one? Your objective is that you'll receive the feedback, you'll analyze the feedback, and you are going to improve. And if you improve, the companies are going to charge you less amount for your premium. This technology is called telematics. And telematics is used in the US by now almost 60% of the young drivers. In UK and Italy, it is even higher. So we started thinking about and asked a very fundamental question. This AI-based feedback, is it going to improve the behavior of drivers or not? So do you think people will basically improve their driving or not? And what do you think? So we wrote a paper analyzing 554 drivers in Singapore. We have observed them for around 6 months. And what we found is astonishing. What we found is basically that in this paper, which is actually captured by Harvard Business Review, and the paper is called, "Does Immediate Feedback Make You Try Less Hard?" So this paper is published in MSOM, and you'll be able to see, if you go to this article, that instant feedback or these kind of feedback actually hurt your performance. And we found that feedback may have a negative effect, there is a typo, negative effect for drivers, and only people saying very low scores tend to improve. Almost everyone who gets higher score tend to drive worse. And that is because driving is very subconscious process. If you actively try to make decisions, it is going to hurt your performance. So after studying this, we started thinking, so what can we do to then improve feedback? Because this technology is used by millions in the world. So we implemented something called a nudge. And nudge is a very famous work done by the Nobel laureate Richard Thaler. And what we did is we took some guidance as well as inspiration from something was done in Iceland. So in Iceland, people actually started printing these 3-dimensional cross walk. But by the way, this is not an AI-generated image. This is a true image in Iceland where they have printed this illusion-based 3D cross roads. So in these crossings, where the drivers, whenever they see these crossings, they actually slow down.
Rural development is a strategy designed to improve the economic and social life. Okay, they also need development. The people itself, it's about bringing change in rural community from the traditional way to progressive way of living. So that's why we need to develop them. Okay, United Nations classify it or categorize it or define it as a process of change by which the effort of the people themselves are united, those of government authorities, to improve their economy, social and cultural condition of community into life of nation and to enable them to contribute fully to national program. That's what the United Nations define it. Okay, according to Robert Chambers ni, saya tak kenal lah siapa. Okay, rural development is a strategy to enable, okay, specific group of people, poor rural women and men, to gain for themselves and their children more what they want and need. Okay, it involves helping the poorest among those who seek a livelihood in the rural area to demand and control more of the benefit of rural development. Not all the people need to migrate to have the development. So we need to develop them so that can avoid or hinder them to from migration to the city and make the city crowded. According to World Bank, rural development is strategy designed to improve the economic and social life. Okay. Then community development. What's the differences between rural and community? Community is inside the rural, and then we need the development for them. Community development is process where community members come together and take collective action to generate solution to common problem. If the common problem in the rural, and then community need to solve it, need to make sure it's they have a solution. So they need to develop. So we need to develop the community first. Okay, community development prioritize the development of dimension that include people, building, street, and so on. Don't just say that community only the human, but what they have in their rural. This is community development. Okay, what make community development happen? Macam mana nak jadikan dia terjadi? Okay, development increase choice. Okay, sustain positive attitude, improve the function of institution and enhances quality of life. Development with rural and regional community depends on several interdependent component. Okay, for example, KW ni cakap adequate infrastructure, a healthy economy, policy setting that help position rural, and then delivery of service. So that's make development happen at a rural area. Okay, community development and social capital. What is social capital? Social capital or capacity building is the process of community development that cultivate the social ability. As a result, community development as the outcome. So, social capital is the capacity building, same meaning. Okay, in promoting community development, it's important to ensure that the local people themselves should formulate and decide on their needs. So the community themselves need to find their need and what's program or project activity they need to do. Okay, so the success of community development is a success for everybody that grant their future generation. Ni faham ke tidak ni? You understand? Jangan tidur. Okay. Okay, kita tengok community development chain. Apa yang perlu ada di dalam sini? First, capacity building. Okay, community development process. Itu developing the ability to act, and then social capital, the ability to act, and also community development outcome is taking action. They are community improvement. Okay, every one of us, maybe you stay at urban, so you don't know what happened in rural, but you need to think. Not all of your friend, your family need to come to Yogyakarta to have their life. They need to spend their life at rural, but however, the rural must be good. Okay? Objective of rural community development. Gak gerak ini. Okay. The main objective is improving the living standard of rural people by utilize the easily available natural and human resource. Okay, improving the living standard. Other objectives include development of agriculture, because agriculture is the component of rural, development of village and cottage industry, development of social economic infrastructure, for example, bank, school, many things, develop of community services, facility, like drinking water, electricity, roads, and etc. Development of human resource mobilization. Okay, importance of rural community development. Why is it so important? Okay, rural development is dynamic process, which is mainly concerned with the rural areas. There is a direct link between the rural development and development of national economy. So this include agricultural growth, putting up economic, fair wages, village planning, public health. So many things need to do. Okay. Rural development is needed. Why? Because to develop, how many minutes? 10 minutes. Okay. To develop rural areas as a whole in terms of culture. Okay. Because in the rural area, it's not only agriculture. They have many things. And then to develop living standard, to develop rural youth, children and women, and to develop and empower human resources to solve the problem faced by the rural mass for their development. Okay, measurement of rural development from 3 criteria: economic, social, and environment. Okay, economic aspect, income. Okay, we need to improve it. Social aspect, population, equality, empowerment. So we use this measurement indicator to measure the development of rural area. Okay, ngantuk? Tak. Okay. Rural and agriculture development. there are very synergy linkages between rural and agriculture development. Okay, agriculture development, rural development, and how these two will solve the problem of poverty reduction. Okay, as you know, the rural people is under poverty or in poverty level. It's not out of the poverty. So we need to help them through agriculture. If agriculture is developed, rural developed too, so actually we can reduce the poverty. Okay, there are symbiotic relationship between agriculture development and rural development. Okay, okay, the rural sector economy is mainly agriculture based, and more than 3/4 of her population or its population involved in agriculture activities. So the informal sector refer to population residing in the rural sector that involved in other agriculture activity not mentioned earlier. Banyak lagi ya, there are many things, employment like mining, manufacturing, construction, transport activities and services. Okay, rural development, community development, and one more keyword is sustainable rural development. Why we need sustainable? Because we want the next generation have it. Okay, we need to protect our culture, tradition, landscaping, heritage, many things. So make sure rural development have element of sustainable. Set of is can be defined as set of activity aim at meeting the basic need of the population while generation. So sustainable rural development ni involve a holistic approach where daily basic need of rural population must be covered by reliable public utilities combined with technical, socio-economic, environmental. So this is what sustainable rural development is. Okay, there are 10 minutes. So
it's not permanent. So as long as this person still young age, say under 25, 30, then yeah, still it can be recovered. But once they go beyond 40, then of course, we don't know what's happening. When we look at this condition, like either on male and female, like lifestyle, occupation, genetic factor, medical physical condition, then that's when we look at the effect like psychological, they can get angry, depression, anxiety, psychosocial, less esteem, poor quality of life and social isolation, psychoeconomic because they have to spend money for medication. So anyone experience this situation, of course, if we knew someone experience this situation, they need to be referred not just a doctor. They need to be referred to a counselor, which is quite uncommon in Indonesia, for a patient to see a counselor. I have experienced sending my patient to a counselor. And then what's the response? I'm just infertile. I'm not insane. Then why you send me to a psychologist? And then say, no, you need someone to help you understanding your situation and then reduce the stress from you. Because reducing the stress, it might help the couple to achieve the pregnancy. As I mentioned earlier, stress not just because of working, but stress of society, stress from any condition that's been there. Then when they don't have stress anymore, they all settle, then somehow they can get pregnant naturally. I got experience another patient. They've been trying IVF for a few times. It's nothing working. Until states when those couple, I call it like give up. I call it give up. And then suddenly, bang, they got pregnant. So they went back to the clinic and they sued the clinic saying, hey, the clinic been playing with me. I'm good, I'm normal. You give me medication, making me swing mood, stress and everything. And now, when I stop the treatment, I'm back to normal. Oh, I get pregnant. That's not the case. The case was when the couple went to the IVF clinic having the treatment, so the couple want something, really want something. When someone wants something, I call it stress. It's another type of stress. Like as a children, having a cold or flu, and then let the children having fun or play with the other healthy children, then all kids having an ice cream. Of course, the one that flew, the parents won't give her ice cream. Of course, this kid crying. I want ice cream like my friend. Don't care. I got cold or no, I want ice cream. So these situations might be experienced with that couple because when they went to infertility clinic, they really want, and then suddenly when they stop, yeah, all back to normal, the hormones back to normal, and then they just get pregnant. So,
Dr. Mulyoto, your time remains 2 minutes.
Yep. We need to change our lifestyle. Maybe we need to change the job if necessary. It's quite clear. And if we need to treat infertility, then whether we change the lifestyle or taking medication, some other have to go through an IVF. Some other, they can't go through IVF at all. So the choice either way, they do another step of treatment, such as donor, gametes donor, or surrogate, or embryo donation. So I would like to emphasize that assisted reproductive technology is not a treatment, but it helps. And if the couple succeed pregnancy with ART, they might need the second ERT to achieve the second or the consequent subsequent pregnancy. And as I mentioned earlier, some people potentially inherited parents' infertility. So this what happened with Inul. Again, she's been bullied by the family, by the community, and until she wants to adopt a child, but luckily she got pregnant. And what they said about infertility in the world. There's many papers, many books talking about infertility in the community, from Asia, Africa, Europe, and America. They all discuss about that. And what will we do? So we need to build on community awareness that infertility can be treated or not, men or women. Women always get blamed, cultural view, counseling, government support, access to treatment, and educating community. So we can reduce the stress or burden on the infertile couple. Let's look at in Indonesia. Up until December 2022, there was 49 registered IVF clinic, 4 in Sumatra, Java 39, Bali 4, Borneo 1, Sulawesi 1. But the number of patient or cycles is only 8,033, which is far below the capacity, which far below the potential number of patients, which is Indonesia, based on my calculation, at least every year we have 50,000 potential patients that need and can afford to buy IVF. So I'm glad that I heard that Muhammadiyah Hospital in Gamping will start an IVF clinic soon, and I hope they'll will give a support to the community surrounding the area. And to close, I would like to thanks to the organizing committee of ICMHS at Universitas Muhammadiyah, my head of Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Monash University, and Director and College at the Education Program in Reproduction and Development Monash University. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Applause to Dr. Mulyoto. Thank you very much for very interesting presentation and also your support to our center in PKU Muhammadiyah Gamping Hospital. Right now, we would like to invite the third speaker. Before your presentation, Professor Makoto Sawono. I would like to introduce him. The name is Professor Makoto Sawono, MD, PhD, from Saitama Medical University, Japan. He would like to give...
We are using technology to interpret in the real time to have a conversation with them so that we can run a class in English, but they will learn in Korean. So I see a lot of positive things in Indian doctors that as I shared with you, or in terms of drivers, we are seeing a lot of benefit of using this technology to help them make better decisions. But the problem is that it also has harm. For example, let's say there are books you can read, one particular book called Hooked. If you have time, you can have a look at it. That how we build traps for human to spend a lot more time on social media and feel very much depressed at times when you don't get like, and how basically you are used as a worker. For example, look at YouTube. YouTube is free, but you are the worker. You are generating content. You are the one who is watching. You are telling YouTube that which one is liked, which one is not liked, which is good and bad. So you're doing a lot of work, and then you're also watching the ads for them, and then also clicking at times. So there is always, I think it's a double-edged sword. So we have to be very careful about what it can do good and what it can harm. Every technology I have seen so far has two sides, and we have to be very careful about that. So education is very important. For example, I was talking about this infinite scroll, right? If you know it is addictive, if you know that reels are addictive or the shorts are addictive, don't start watching at middle of the night. You will lose sleep, you'll watch a lot more. And when you're down particularly, one of the ways to do is put your phone away, because you may sometimes get to watch a lot more than you're required to watch. Yeah, but I think overall I have a very positive sense of technology, that it can do excellent. For example, you can, how much you are consuming, how many times you're watching television, or how much you are working, how many you are working out, all those things also you can do. So I really like that. There are some questions on the screen, but I hope that I overall answered this question. There is no yes or no answer to this, unfortunately. It's like any knife in your kitchen. You can cook food, or you can actually harm someone. So you have to be trained well.
Yes, that's right. That's right. So it all depends on us to have a positive perspective on how to apply those sciences and tools. Yeah. Any further question?
There are two questions on this.
I think there are some questions there.
So
can you open it? The committee, I cannot see it now. Can you open the chat session for me? Yes, can you read that, Professor? I'm going to read it for you.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I've received a question on AI has the potential to replace humans in many routine and analytical tasks, but has limitations in terms of creativity, empathy, and ethical judgment. Is it right, sir? What do you think about that? So I think this is a very important question. So always remember, AI is going to only replace humans where the task is repetitive, and the limitations, it has limitations in terms of creativity, empathy. So for example, if you want to make a movie, sometimes you want to watch a movie made by a human being, but they use a lot of technology nowadays, right? In terms of, and I'll give you one specific example which will be opening your eyes, that in therapy, there are a lot of AI therapists now. It is very, so there is an app, I'll tell you, it is called 7 Cups of Tea. It has been there for a very long time. Initially, it used to, you can talk to only human listeners, but now it has replaced with AI listeners. And I am actually myself building an LLM tool to bring empathetic tool or empathy tools, or bringing mental health costs down for masses, where you cannot, where the charges of talking to a therapist is very high. So I'm working on a tool myself. So I can tell you that these are the areas where despite there are limitations, there are huge scope for AI to help you, to particularly bring down the services, bring down the cost of the services as well as. But if you talk about ethical judgment, right? So if the rules are very clear, you can always make it a routine task. Let's say do not go to this area, or do not write numbers, or do not copy. But if you are talking about ethical judgment where it's very difficult to detect and it is very difficult to find out, for example, we work on a paper where we look at delivery drivers not being able to put or are not delivering the goods. In that cases, we had to basically use technology to find out who are doing such things and how do we detect those. So I hope I answered this question, but I feel that there is no replacement, I feel so, or a pure replacement in complex, as well as where we need some things, what you mentioned, creativity, empathy, and ethical judgment. These are complex problems to solve. And we will need humans' tacit knowledge regarding that. But unfortunately, where we have lots of data and tasks are very routine, it is going to be automated. So I hope I answered the first question. I have second question. So hello, Prof. Do you use AI in writing research articles? What can be the extent an individual should use it? Let me tell you a very honest answer. Writing research articles has 4 components. Reading papers, which AI cannot do it for you. Writing, definitely they can do it for you, but you have to tell them, like, you have to copy edit at what do you want to write. The third one is analyzing. For the analysis part, you have to tell AI what to analyze, what is the dependent variable, what is the independent variable. And I do a lot of experimental research, so I need to also design the experiments. So AI seldom helps me there. It may be used, but I think we have to use our own knowledge there. And the last part is critical thinking. What is a research question I want to spend next 2.5 years of my life to answer? Because if you publish in 50 journals, for example, that is what we target. So top 50 journals in the world, we have to work for 2.5 to 3 years on each project. So we have to critically think what I want to work on, which can be publishable as well as enjoyable. So giving this reading, analyzing, critical thinking, and writing becomes a very small part. And most of the time I use for copy editing or rephrasing, but I will never use it as it is. So what I will do is I will rephrase, because I'm not a native English speaker like you. So what will happen that you can use it to rephrase how English should be written, and then edit it to your own style. Or sometimes I give the idea, take the prompt, but I completely change it to my taste. So sometimes I do ideation a lot. How much should we use? So I come from NTU, and NTU is a policy that you can use it, but you have to declare it. So you have to be very honest about it, that I have used generative AI. So for example, in my class, students can use to write a report, but they have to tell me that they have used it. And by the way, AI written documents and people who put their effort in writing their own article, you will see wherever there is effort, it will show up. And there is no harm in using it like a tool. But you should not replace as a student with an AI that I give you a question and you send it to AI and put the answers there. Because I wanted to also share with you one paper from Hamza Bastani recently, which shows that people, those who use AI to work on their homework, their learning processes, they learn a lot less than people, those who are not working. So people basically use AI as a crutch. So once you remove the crutch, people fall down and they do, in fact, worse than they used to do. So you have to be very careful in using these tools. You have to consistently learn throughout your life. And at the pace that things are changing, more learning, more experience is going to help you to be a better person, better manager, and a better human being, so that you can do more meaningful work and find meaning in your work. So I'll stop here. If you have more questions, we can take it offline.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for your answer. Thank you.
Any further questions? I hear some lady there. Please, if you have a question
Hello,
directly,
all.
you can. Yes.
This is Dr. Ruhi from India. I had the question. The previous question was posted by me. So thank you for the answer, Dr. Vivek and the organizers. Thank you.
Hi, Ruhi.
Okay, thank you very much. If it is satisfactory, if it is Nothing else. I thank you one more time to Dr. Vivek for sharing this insightful area as well. So hopefully everybody can get valuable lessons for today's session and can be applied in your daily life successfully. Thank you very much for all the speakers. Thank you very much for the attention from all the participants. So I'm afraid this is the end of the session 2 and the end of the presentation for today. So I'm going to give back the time to our Master of Ceremony to lead our way again. Thank you very much. See you again. I'm Aditya.
Actually, we encountered similar problem in the past, I believe. The internet allows students to copy and paste contents from the web. So actually, we have some experiences in dealing with this kind of situation. So as Chairman Gunawan says, we can also utilize the tools to try to detect this misuse. So I think it is still controllable right now, and that benefit, I think it's outweighed the potential problems. So as to your second questions, I think collaborations with other departments of the university is always very difficult. But I think there is a very good chance right now because many scientists, scholars in the College of Informatics are doing research regarding how to use AI to predict judges' decisions or to read judicial opinions. So they actually need our help. Usually, they don't think we are very helpful, but in this kind of research, we are valuable. We are very valuable. So I think it's a mutual benefit there. We can help them, and they can help us. So with this kind of mutual beneficial arrangement, I think it is possible that we can have a better cooperation between College of Law and other departments of the university. So that's my response to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much, Professor Liu. And I think we already have about 10 minutes left. I want to give a time for Dr. Amrullah to respond to the statement from Professor Suwartini. Time's yours.
Thank you for the question, Prof. Suwartini. Okay, the way I see it, okay, when we mention about issues pertaining to regulation of management of intangible assets, which is prevalent nowadays, the way I see it, we have to look from the perspective of the policymakers, okay, and the what we call it, and the lawmakers, right? Because for us to actually administer the type of assets, including the intangible assets, okay, it is actually based on the process which being provided, and this process are actually being governed under the sets of law. So what we can do, or at least what I can propose, is that it's actually about time for the policymakers and the lawmakers, the legislators, okay, to include, okay, the priority over how to manage matters pertaining to intangible assets, especially in terms of the digital assets, because as I mentioned, and as we know, okay, we are no longer talking about the tangible assets. We know about that. There is a specific process. There is a specific law which governs on that. But when it comes to digital assets, it is still being considered as something new, right? In Malaysia, for example, it is not being properly regulated even. If we are talking about cryptocurrencies, right? We are talking about the regulation of the types of cryptocurrencies. So if we are looking at those providers, those cryptocurrency cryptocurrency providers, okay, we have to look whether or not they are actually being regulated. If they are not being regulated, it means that, right? The way I see it, it means that the proceeds, the what we call it, hasilnya itu, right? Okay, the profit made from the cryptocurrency investment may or may not be subject as the inheritance asset. As we know, right, in order for the assets, right, or estates to be administered lawfully, it must come from the what we call lawfully sourced.
Ladies and gentlemen, still with us in the 8th Icomsay 2024. And we're back for reporting you the parallel session. And right now our colleague, our reporter Aula, Safinatul Aula, is in the ICE3IS vocal. And am I audible, Aula? Okay, so we have just waiting for Safinatul Aula for reporting us how is the current situation in the ICE3IS Focal, the 4th International Conference
Hello?
on Electronic and Electrical Engineering and
Am
Intelligence
I audible,
Systems.
Sister Ratu?
Aula, am I audible right now? Okay, Aula, so...
Okay, so I believe I'm
how is
audible.
the-
And so here, live report from the E7A building. I'm already here with Mr. Slamet Riyadi as the advisory of ICITCOM and also Mr. Karisma Trinanda Putri as the chairperson of ICE3IS. Okay, nice to meet you, Mr.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Yes, and yeah, the situation here at a glance that I already saw, there are several online panel and also offline. And maybe let's go immediately to the questions. First of all, I will ask Mr. Slamet Riyadi first. Okay, so Mr. Slamet, can you explain a little bit what is ICITCOM and also the theme for this year's and maybe some interesting topic that already came out?
Okay, thank you. Our conference, this is the second conference, International Conference on Information Technology and Computing. This year we took the term Optimizing Emerging Information Technology for Sustainable Society. We have 6 interesting topic, intelligent system, Internet of Things, big data, software engineering, computer network and information security, and then multimedia application.
Wow, there are quite a lot of diverse topic and it's quite interesting actually. Okay, so to the next questions, who are the keynote speakers for this conference?
Okay, for the keynote speaker, we invite 3 keynote speakers for expert. The first one is from Professor Singh Chun Chen from Asia University, and then Professor Muhammad Yusuf Masur from University Malaysia Perlis, and the third one is Dr. Boma Anantasya from Riken, Japan.
Wow, so there are so many diverse keynote speaker and not only national but also internationally. Okay, so maybe last question for Mr. Slamet. How many participants are there and from what country?
Okay, actually from the committee, we received 133 submitted papers. And then after reviewing the papers, we accept only 66 papers. And the participants came from 6 countries. They are India, Malaysia, Indonesia, USA, Iraq, and Ireland.
Wow, 100 and more. And I believe that all those papers are really amazing and only 66 that were accepted. Yes,
right. Yeah.
I see. That's quite amazing. Okay, so maybe next we can move on to Mr. Karisma Triananda Putra. Okay, so first questions. Can you explain a little bit what is ICE3IS and what is the theme for this year?
Okay, hello. We are ICE3IS and we are the 4th conference right now. The ICE IEEES, it means International Conference in Electrical, Electronic, and Intelligent System. We focus on the electrical engineering and also fuse it with the intelligent systems.
Wow, I see. So electrical engineering and electronic and engineering, intelligent system. Wow, that is quite an interesting conference. Okay, so who are I'm sorry. So how many participants are there and from what country for this conference?
Okay, so for today, we have for the offline participant, we have 60 participants, and for the online, we have almost 60. And actually the submission process, we have 124. And after reviewing process, the accepted paper almost 67.
Wow, 100 and more again, and only accepted 67 that are selected. Okay, so last questions. Is there any unique topic from the report that was submitted or something that you thought stood out the most for this year conference?
Yeah, so for this conference, we focus on the leading edge technology for sustainable society. So the participant topic is involving the AI technology for the sustainable development. For example, in our conference right now, we have AI track, and we have 3 AI parallel track. So I don't know, maybe the interest right now is about AI.
I see. Yeah. I believe so because AI has been booming and like technology is everywhere. Okay, that is quite interesting. Thank you, Mr. Karisma, and also Mr. Summer, for your precious time. I guess that's all for our live report from E7A. I hope the conference will bring many great innovations and things for the outcome. That's a wrap from us. Back to you, Sister Ratu.
All right, thank you very much, Ola, for reporting to us. And turns out you are not only with Mr. Karisma for ICT-IS, you're also with Mr. Slamet Riyadi for iSitcom, and it's good to listen your report that there are a lot of people participate in the vocals, and we are very excited. So I hope everything runs well in E7A. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be back with more vocals, so please stay tuned with us.
Or flatten, resembling an elbow. In practice, the elbow method involves plotting the explained variance as a function of the number cluster and looking for the elbow point on the graph. This point represents a trade-off between the number of cluster and the explained variance, suggesting that adding more cluster beyond this point yields diminishing returns in terms of the variance explained. The chosen number of the cluster is typically where the curve shows a significant decrease in the rate of variance reduction. This method helps to avoid overfitting by selecting a reasonable number of clusters that balance complexity and performance. Data collection process in this study utilized a dataset source from Kaggle.com consisting of a CSV file that contains a collection of songs from Spotify top hits. The dataset includes 2001 records and 18 attributes. The data extract is raw and contains all available attributes on Spotify, ranging from artist name, song title, release year, to audio features such as danceability, energy, K, loudness, and acousticness, and more. After obtaining the dataset, data preprocessing was performed to normalize the data. Unused attributes such as artist, song name, year, explicit content, popularity, and genre were removed following data preprocessing. The structure of the dataset was explored by defining the attributes within the dataset. The result of this data exploration are present in the table. For example, popularity is level of popularity of the songs, and musical element is danceability is a musical elements including tempo, rhythm stability, beat strength, and overall regularity. A score of 0.0 is the least danceable and 1.0 is the most danceable. After successfully completing that exploration, the researcher performed clustering using the K-means algorithm. Before conducting the K-means clustering analysis, it was necessary to first determine the number of clusters. The K-means clustering method was carefully considered by determining the optimal number of clusters, denoted by the value key. K-means essentially defines cluster in such a way that the total intra-cluster variation is minimized. One of the most widely used algorithms was to determine the optimal K value is the elbow curve method. The elbow method used the total within cluster sum of the square, or WSS, as determined for the optimal K value. The result indicate that the K4 right here is meaning the ideal number of cluster to the group. The top hit Spotify data is 4. Subsequently, the K-means clustering algorithm was implemented using the sklearn library. The resulting cluster levels were then analyzed by visualizing the clustering result using a scatter plot. The aim was to group together music tracks with similar audio feature. Like in the figure, the result of the music genre clustering using the K-means algorithm are visualized with two principal components derived from principal components analysis, or PCA. Four clusters were identified represented by different colors, such as purple is as a cluster 0, blue as a cluster 1, green as a cluster 2, and a yellow one is a cluster 3. Cluster 0 and 1 are relatively distinct from cluster 2 and 3, with cluster 2 dominating the upper PCA space with cluster 1 occupies the lower part. Cluster 0 appears more disparate and overlaps with other cluster. Overall, K-means successfully grouped the music for the variance. From this K-means indicating the variance on similarity among music genre and providing insight into the data distribution and the effectiveness of the clustering techniques used. And then from this figure visualization, it is evident that the tempo is the most prominent audio feature, with an average value significantly higher than other features across all cluster. Cluster 2, the green one, is exhibit the highest average tempo, followed by cluster 3, red, cluster 1, orange, cluster 0, blue, or other features such as energy, danceability, loudness, valence, acousticness, and instrumentalness. The average value are relatively low and do not show significant difference between cluster. This indicates that tempo is the primary feature distinguishing these clusters, while other audio features contribute less to the clustering formation. This analysis reveals that the music genre group within this cluster tend to differ most noticeable in terms of tempo, while other aspects remain relatively similar. The last one is conclusion. Based on the clustering result, it was found that the most dominant music genres in each cluster is pop, with other genres such as hip-hop, R&B, and dance or electronic also appearing with significant frequently. For instance, in cluster 0 and 1, pop dominates with a much higher count compared to other genre, while in cluster 3, the most prominent genre is a combination of pop, dance, electronic. This indicates that despite the genre variation, in the dataset, pop music has a strong presence in nearly all clusters. Audio feature analysis show that each cluster has distinct tempo characteristic as the dominant feature. Cluster 2 has the highest average tempo at 134.84 BPM, while cluster 0 has the lowest average tempo at 109.71 BPM. Beside tempo, features such as energy and danceability also play significant roles in cluster formation, with varying values reflecting difference in audio characteristic across cluster. Overall, this clustering effectively grouped music by genre and audio feature, with tempo serving as the primary distinguishing factor between cluster. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the presentation. Any question from the audience regarding the presentation just now? May I ask one thing, Ms. Arwa? On the sample of the music that you have, how many samples do you actually have for this research?
We're collecting around 2,000 data.
Water by groundwater, yeah.
Yes, for the source irrigation, that's the farmer cannot source off from the river. Okay, next, and the fertilizer most farmer use manure derived from goat's manure on cow manure used to mix compost, and they are produced by their own to mix soil more fertilized and goods for plant growth. And next, there are some kind of fertilizer from corn eggs. Corn eggs mean telur keong. They mix with their skill. They prepare the spar top and mix with goat's manure fermentation. Mix them and fill with water. Then they will apply to control the pest management in the planting area. Next. The other fertilizer is plant growth promotes rhizobacteria fertilizer mixed from the root of bamboo. Like the 20 liter of rice washing water, 2 cup bamboo roots, and 1 cup molasses. 1 sachet of shrimp pasta, mix and allow it for 7 days on 1 week, and the result ready to apply for the plant and for good plant growth. Some pesticide using from the organic pesticide the farmer use, like from the tuber roots, they are produced by farmer, for rice bug and leaf cores, and botanical pesticide from produced by farmer for rice bug, and the botanical pesticide from rice mushroom, is it Befaria pascinia, they produce with farmer, to control rice bug. And this control different method using local minerals resource like tuberroot, basilia, and other resources. Like maybe in this this slide, like crab crasses atau yuyu. It is for control pest control control the disease, bacteria, or maybe control the pest. Next. Some pesticide from mushroom, maybe there is a good step about to produce the bacteria from the wash the rice, and then followed wrap with plastic, and then in the half cooked steams, incorporating Befaria bacinia to growth the bacteria, and packaging and finished product and ready to apply to control the bug of rice. Next, to apply the Befaria bacinia to control bugs, start by trying tempe mushroom, Befaria bacinia, and put the molasses mix well and filtering and other screen and finished product to spray to control the PVA. Okay, the last about the harvest, there is local wisdom kind. Before harvesting, some farmers usually carry out the weaving process. It is ceremonial for the an expression of gratitude to God when they are given a harvest. It is it's values religion. Even though the result we get are good or not good, they are still grateful to have the ceremonial about the Vivitan. Yeah. Okay, the last but not least, it is about the value of local wisdom and organic rice farming. I will try to classify the local value, economic value, socio-cultural value, and environmental value and technical value. For economic value, it's about the more economically cost efficiency, yeah, and it is the farmer maybe to economic about the cost. And the social culture, land cultivation, ancestral heritage, and other activity in the farming, there's doing together in Indonesia, calling it gotong royong. It's help each other to achieve and cooperation. And technical value, land processing, and all the activity in farming, in the rice farming, that can doing by traditional or maybe simple technology and getting some material around the environment, like natural material, and they can easily to produce the material that needs to plant. And environmental, land processing, and all the activity, almost the activity and some material of eco-friendly with the environmental, and it's can the harmony in nature. Next. Yeah, we conclude that the local wisdom is organic rice farming can be seen from the pre-planting to post-harvest processing, such as the process of processing land by rowing, using local seed, and others. The local wisdom values, including local wisdom values for the environment, social or cultural values, technical values for the environment, there is economic values. The values can be developed to increase farmer welfare by agro-education and agro-tourism, yeah, maybe agro-creative, economic development, with community empowerment and institutional enforcement. Okay, I think that's all my presentation. Thank you for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the great presentation from our keynote speaker. So the first keynote speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. Yeah.
now we will shift our focus to a broader perspective on the use of technology in sustainable agriculture. Our final speaker is Dr. Gatot Sutpangkat. Hello, Dr. Gatot. Are we connected?
Yes, connected, Mas Abi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Happy to see you, Doctor. So, Dr. Gatot will present on a true and wise consideration of the use of technology for sustainable agricultural development. Dr. Gatot is belonging to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and his expertise is about crop psychology and agroecosystem. In this session, as an expert in sustainable agriculture, with deep understanding of how technology can be harnessed wisely to promote development without compromising environmental integrity. So this presentation will provide a balanced view on integration of technology in agriculture, which emphasizes the need of thoughtful and deliberate approach. So again, to avoid the technical problem during the presentation, Dr. Gatot have prepared his presentation in video recording, and the operator will help us. After the presentation, we can start discussion with Dr. Gatot directly. For the participant, if you have any question, you can type it out in the chat box during the presentation, and so the operator can collect your question in the show it in the Q&A session.
Ya, ada Dr. Philip ya.
Directly to presentation of Dr. Gatot. So Dr. Gatot, screen is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all participants of 7 Icomsay, I'm Gatot Supangkat from Agrotechnology, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. I will present my paper by title A True and Wise Consideration of the Use of Technology for Sustainable Agricultural Development. We know implementation SDGs
10 menit aja kan Kak? Nggak sampai kan?
From the all country have two implementation SDGs. We know there are 3 objectives primary of SDGs. Number 1, enroll all form of poverty in all countries. And then number 2, and all form of hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. And number 3, ensuring a healthy life and promoting well-being for people around the world of all age. Application of agriculture, we know there are traditional farming, mechanization, and then conventional farming, organic farming, and precision farming. This now we now implemented for produce the new variety by biotechnology, and then local microorganism, the raw microorganism for fertility in soil, and then organic farming, and then there's now we now developed in agriculture data in agriculture area, and then sensor soil. And precision agriculture, there's a system is by started data collection, and then data analysis, and then input planning, and then resources application, and crop mapping, and then finally evaluation. This is agriculture, precision agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, you all participants, we know agricultural development. They started traditional agriculture, regional, conventional, and then finally regional proportional. Yes. The application, yes, the application of technology in agriculture is not necessarily positive, but can also have negative impact. We know negative impact include land degradation, and then environmental pollution, decreased diversity, unhealthy food product, and unsustainability. We know traditional, this character of traditional agriculture. Number one, based on environmental resources, there is no external input, yes, technology, and there's minimal technology, and then simple farmer skill, local wisdom, and then no investment, and then self-consumption, yes, product, only self-consumption, yes, subsistence. And then tradition planting and harvest started praying. This traditional agriculture, I think, and minimize and impacts, and it could impact for environment. I think there is no damage environment. And we know conventional agriculture, the character of conventional agriculture, number one, high input technology, include industrial revolution concept, and then monoculture, high input technology like as seed, herbicide, pesticide, and fertilizer. Yes, of course, high investment, and then commercial farming. This conventional agriculture, this character is no stable, and then open characteristic, because they more open. Because character, the one character in conventional farming is open. That image, there are some problem in conventional farming application, like as pollute river, lakes, and water sources. So poor soil structure easily eroded. Dependency, this character, dependency on fertilizer to produce crop, pesticide and the food health problem. There's be a problem, the health problem for man body. The chemical destroy soil microorganism, and then development of pest and disease resistant. There's maybe in case of the explosive pest, yes. Development and pest, and finally the number of natural enemies decrease because of pesticide use and habitat losses. There is some environmental damage, because application technology and then agriculture has emerged as a significant contributor to environmental degradation, because application this farming in a mountain, yes. This example, food crop in the mountain. In fact, we don't develop an agriculture in mountain as the sample in Dompu, Dompu and Teti, Nusa Tenggara Timur. This geographical condition of the Dompu to up to 15% slopes of 7.349 hectare. This mountain to hilly. Jadi almost and Dompu is have a slope 15 up to 40%. And this image from application technology farming in mountain here, and then like as float, banjir, yes, okay. We know this implementation SDGs. SDGs and the all country have two sustainable development concept. Because the next, we hope sustainable agriculture development consideration to have two true and wise technology. This sustainable development concept consists of the three paradigms: economy, social, and environment. There's the three paradigm change maybe substation. The one synthesis with conserving while using. Take natural resources and then other time we have to conservation. This the example, I think match with sustainable agriculture development, like number one, organic farming. Yes, organic farming. Organic farming consists of
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back with me again at the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations, the 8th Icomsay 2024. All right, after we heard some reporters coming from our reporter, Ola, from the several focals team that already mentioned before, Now we're going to moving on to our next international conference that will be talk about the International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture. Right again.
Yes. Hello, Brother Shafiq. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, Ola. You can start your report now.
Yes. Okay. So still here I'm at the E7 building, and currently I'm with Mr. Chanda Kurnia Setiawan from Icomsay as the chairperson. Nice to meet you, Mr.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, thank you. So as I see, the situation here for Icomsay is completely online, and so there are no participants offline. But anyhow, let us immediately ask several questions for Mr. Chandra. So Mr. Chandra, can you explain a little bit what is Icomsay and what is the theme for this year?
So Icomsay stands from International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture. So basically, we want to bring the sustainable agriculture in our society, and the theme of this year is green smart technology for green smart technology as a gateway to sustainable agriculture. So the idea is from the development of AI in now. Today's we have very fast development of artificial intelligence, and then we want to bring the AI in how we can manage it to make a more sustained, especially in agriculture area. So basically like that, and then from this event we want to see how the world develop AI, deep learning or something, etc. And then how we can connect it with the agriculture area.
I see, that is quite an insight and actually quite futuristic since, of course, it's combining AI and agriculture. Okay, so move on to the next questions. Who are the keynote speakers?
So we in this conference we have three keynote speakers. One from Malaysia, Dr. Christopher Teh, who expertise in the the modeling of the plant, and then especially in oil palm. And then second one is the Dr. Dan Jenrik. Terus dia from so he is a researcher in Wageningen. He worked with how to detect something like pests or defect in the fruits. So they developed something like that. And then the third keynote speaker is Dr. Gatot Subangkat, who work with the sustainable agriculture and connected with the Indonesian perspective in development of technology.
See, so not only national but also international, yes. Okay, that is really great. Okay, so last question. How many participants are there and from what country?
So we have about 89 participants who globally spread out, and then we have about six countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, from Nigeria, Kenya, Brazil, and also from Thailand and Korea. So 7, sorry.
Okay, so that's quite diverse, and all of it was online.
Yes, online.
It's online, okay. That is quite good to know, and it's interesting. I believe that's all from us. Thank you for giving us your precious time for the live report.
My pleasure.
Yes, that's all from us. Back to you again, Brother Shafiq.
All right, thank you, Ola, for the report coming from the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture, whom Ola just speak to the chairpersons of the 7th Icomsay, Mr. Chandra Kurnia Setiawan, SPMSC, whom speak about the how this Icomsay are combining the AI and also agriculture. And surprisingly, this event conducted through online meeting, online meeting, and also the participants coming from several countries, not only Indonesia, but also from outside of the country, which is several countries like Brazil, Thailand, Nigeria, Kenya, and so on and so forth. All right, thank you, Ola. We're going to entertain the next Focals Committee right back. See you next.
This is the first one, and hope we will achieve, and year on year we will move on to the second, third, and consecutive conferences in this series. All the best, and thank you so much, Doctor, for giving me the opportunity in this forum.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Arikata Sudan. Okay, and now the last closing statement from the third speaker, Ibu Rahmawati Hussein.
Thank you.
Your turn, please.
Thank you, Dr. Naim. I would also like to echoing what Professor Jainuddin mentioned, how to implement this, the growth or the development of the technology could be used not only in the class, but for me, I would love to have this kind of the experience in the class could be also extended to the community. So we would very open. We will be very open, Professor Jainuddin, how to bring this development of technology, the different approach of a smart education that can be used for the community in larger. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me in the very good opening eye for the development of smart education, and that would love to work with all of you all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Rahmawati, PhD, and finally, we are in the last session. Before I give the introduction to our host, so I try to mention about this. This is the how to make realize our education be in our just about the theoretical basis and also the practical improvement and implementation. So we have to not only minimize but erase the gap between both aspects, and then we can start from our community, from ourselves and our community, and the big surrounding, and also first we create our habits, and then our habits make us. Okay, thank you very much for all keynote speakers, and I hope that all participants obtains meaningful and deep injection of knowledge and more information about the important issues. And thank you. So, Muhammad Naim Majid. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give the time for the host to close the agenda today. Thank you. So please don't leave the room because we have to the photo session. Yes.
Labor lost the job in the urban area, and they returned to their home village, and some of them are engaged in agriculture, and they avoid the high living cost in urban. They go to their village. So the agriculture has a hidden role, such as safety net or shock absorber, even under such economic crisis. So I think in my presentation I said the Southeast Asia have very good potential
to show the sustainable rural development. So I'd like to keep try to more investigate the Southeast Asian study.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Matsuda. And the last one, Dr. Fauzi, 2 minutes closing statement, please.
Okay, first of all, thank you to the panelists. I've learned a lot as well today. To the audience and members, since there are many students here today, I just want to say that with the issue of food security here in your country and also worldwide, there's a lot of opportunity for you to move into in terms of agriculture. So to millennials, take this opportunity, try to understand all the stakeholders, understand the farmers, understand the middlemen, understand the policies, and do, at the end of the day, try your best to bring changes to the life of these people. Because end of the day, that is what sustainability is all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give big applause for our keynote speakers today. I think we got so much information, knowledge, and motivation to continue to develop our own agriculture, not only limited in Indonesia, but also in all around of the world. I think that's all from me. I'm the moderator of this plenary session. If I make mistake, I'm really sorry. Billahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The development of technology is really rapid, right? So how can professional accountants continue to develop their technology skills amidst rapid technological changes? Thank you.
Okay. Can you get it? No. Okay. Can you repeat your question, sister?
This question is, how can professional accountants continue their development their technology skills amidst rapid technological changes? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the last one, I think the brother. Okay.
Thank you
This
so
is
much
last
for
question.
the opportunity. My name is Muhammadiyah from the Economics, UMY. So my question is regarding the sustainability. I think it's already a concern for many countries. Some countries maybe just implement to the several companies by the regulations that the companies must running by the sustainability principles. But I think the challenging is to implement the sustainability principle is not easy and not always cheap. I think some companies disrupt in terms of the profitability in the term of business operations. So from the government maybe from the Malaysia, what kind of the question is what kind of support that Malaysian government provide to the companies to implementing the sustainability principles. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. That is 4 questions and 1 question from the professor. That is 3 questions also. So think about 6 questions. Okay. So the first question maybe go through Prof. or Pak Rudi or Prof. Okay, Prof. Hasinda first. Oh. Okay, Prof. Hasinda. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. Prof. Rizal, with regards to your question, whether the sustainability reporting now has been enhanced, definitely through the literatures and findings, research findings and so on. Yes. Even if we look at reports such as the KPMG report or PwC report and so on, it is shown that there's an increase in terms of the quantity and the quality of reporting. But highly it is also because, I would say it is also because of the regulatory pressures and the regulation being imposed in many countries, be it the Bursa or the stock exchange for the public listed companies, or even for the small, medium companies on certain regulations and so on. But the question you mentioned, what would be the best way to enhance on the initiative?
we've seen this agenda about the CSR, or, you know, over the years we see the concepts. It started with social accounting, and then CSR, and then triple bottom line, and then sustainability, corporate responsibility, and many more. My comment is that it is not effectively working. Hence, the concepts and so on has been rebranded with another name to drive more for the initiative and so on. But my opinion is that one, regulatory pressure, that is one of the key driving factors that will lead to an enforcement on the practices. But two, never forget that it is also about the creating the awareness and understanding on the individuals, the people, as well as the corporations, for them to internalize and understand with regards to the benefit and the impact to the greater good from these practices. That is another equally important aspects and initiative effort that we have to put in. So that's the second part. The third part on your question is about whether university should do. I think it goes back to my first question and my conclusion. It is good because we know that currently, I think in Indonesia, especially also in Malaysia, Prof. Ruana, with regards to the sustainability, especially the financial sustainability, is a huge challenge to the university, to the institutions, in terms of the budget being cut and so on. Hence, if it is being measured and we do report, hence we can manage and we can actually ensure that we sustain. So definitely the report is good, but it's not that easy. Definitely for university it's not easy, as we are not, we are not a profit-oriented organization, but to measure on many aspects, as our core business is education, but apart from that, we do good for the community and so on. Actually, we do so much. Community services, volunteerisms, the greening initiatives and so on. It is definitely good to have this report, as it will also document our good initiative and written proof to the community and our stakeholders about what we are doing, not just on education, but also on other aspects through education. So that's my response to you, Prof. There's a question from...
okay. It's not easy, Prof. I think many graduates now, the dream after they finish the study is to go to big cities, right? Right or not? Right. And perhaps sitting in very good offices and accounting, maybe joining either multinationals or big audit firms. I think majority of them would have that dream after they finish. So I think, how do we change that mindset? It's about mindset, which is not easy. I think Muhammadiyah is doing well in that aspect, instilling that feeling, awareness of being responsible to contribute back to the society, to the community. I think only through that, then, because to go to the villages, unless you are from that village, perhaps you have that personal, what do we call it? Personal relationship, of you have something very personal to help the community. Other than that, it will be very difficult. But I think as educators, what we can do in our training of the student, we can instill that feeling of responsibility to contribute back to the society, and also perhaps in our structure. I think currently our internship, we only encourage students to go to big companies, right? perhaps we can include the community services to the villages as part of the training. So by being exposed to that kind of activities, I think in Bahasa Melayu we call it tak kenal maka tak cinta. I don't know about here. Meaning that if you do not know the place, you do not know the community, perhaps for you to develop that personal relationship would not be there. But if they are exposed, and there would be, maybe not the majority, if there's a small group of them who would be willing to be involved with that kind of more or less becoming like volunteerism, because definitely living in village would not be as shiny as living in big cities like Yogyakarta or Jakarta, which is the dream of many of the young people. So I think there's no easy way of doing it. And perhaps also, which is something we are lacking also at University Malaya, to have a little bit more curriculum on the entrepreneurship in the accounting curriculum, so that this student would have a little bit more tendency either to develop their own business or to be involved in entrepreneurship activities. So I think in that part we are not good at all, I would have to admit, because when I'm being asked that question, we have to admit we have only like 2 courses on entrepreneurship. Other than that, we do not have. Oh, can I answer the other question? Yeah, on the student's question, how can professional accountants continue to develop their technological skills amidst the rapid development in technology? Yeah, very good question, very critical. Remember one of the slides I mentioned about continuous improvement or continuous learning. So that skill is very important, because we always have to have that urge or that feeling we need to improve. So whatever comes, and that initiative, perhaps if you work in your company, the company would provide the trainings to equip the staff with the new technologies and so on. But self-initiative also would be very important. Yeah. Let's say if you work on your own. If you work in company, maybe easier because they would have a like very structured training program for new staff especially, or also for continuous improvement training. But if you are on your own, that means self-learning initiative would be very important. Okay? So technology, there's no way that we can, the faster we actually try to catch it, the faster it will go. So there's no other way except that self-learning, continuous improvement initiatives. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. With regards to your question on how to measure the quality of the program, now you mentioned about, if you talk about CSR or sustainability, there's two things. You mentioned about the program, and then you mentioned about the report. There's a long debate in the literature with regards to you run the program, but you report less, or you run, you just, a minimal quality of the program and you report more. So there's a debate with regards to whether the quality of the reporting is always at par or equal to the program. So going back to the program, if from the business context with regards to how do we measure, right? When we, it's all also about the ROI. When we invest into any CSR program, or we invest money or resources, human resources and so on, the business will usually put and set the expected target or KPI. So that is the measurement that we have to refer back with regards to the impact. If I were to give some example, in my faculty, for instance, we do, I believe here you do have the community services and so on. We have a project of CSR project in terms of we train the ASNAF. We call it the ASNAF entrepreneur. So they are the needy group with very low income bracket and so on. So what would be the good measurement of the impact of this particular program? So the impact would be when we train them, we provide training, we provide knowledge to them, how to do business, how to account their business and so on. And after a number of months or period, then the impact would be that they are out from the ASNAF because they are already a good business person and so on, and they are no longer in the list of the Pusat Zakat for the recipients of the Zakat and so on. So they are no longer the ASNAF. So that is the impact. The measurement of the impact is being set by us who actually run the program and invest into the program. So that goes back to whatever program or CSR program that we run. If it goes beyond that, then the impact is already achieved, and that is of good quality. With regards to the reporting, the fundamental part is the compliance, right? The rulings, the regulations, the listing requirements set by the country or the stock exchange, or even the SME authority or the local authority for any companies or small businesses to actually report and disclose in the particular report. So if it is complied, actually that is of good quality. But we do see that we want to see more. So that is the point whereby you could see some companies or organizations, they go beyond, then they are even much better from the one that has just merely complied. Nevertheless, be careful because there's always a risk if you have ever heard with regards to greenwashing and so on, right? It's, they go beyond, they tell good stories, good news, but actually they do very minimal and so on. Hence, again, it goes back to how we monitor and we actually evaluate in terms of the reporting against the actual program. All right? Okay. Can I continue with regards to the question on, the challenge is when investing into CSR or sustainability program definitely is high cost, especially to the SMEs compared to the listed companies or large companies and so on. Nevertheless, remember just now it's about how we drive. We means whether the regulators or whether the government drive, create awareness and understanding on the needs to actually embark into this sustainability movement, because the impact is long-term and the positive impact is long-term for the greater good. So that's one. Your question is about also to share on what's the initiative or effort in Malaysia. There's many actually. With regards to government funding, tax incentives given for green investments or green activities, any purchase of green or technologies and so on, there's tax incentives given. So that is the way that the government drive the particular engagement with regards to sustainability projects and so on. We also have like government giving in terms of CSR and sustainability on training, whereby we call it as the protege project. In other words, funds are given to companies, a certain amount of money, but they have to hire a pool of students who are yet to be employed, and they will undergo the training, 6 months training in the particular companies. That's the protege project actually, and the funding and the financial support is being channeled by the government and certain ministries and so on. So we drive in many forms, direct funding or tax incentives and other supports. Okay, right, thank you. I think I'm done.
I think it's already being answered for Prof. J. Prof. Linda. Okay, from regarding the question from Prof. Yaya, strongly agree the human resource is the key, especially leadership. That's why if you learn from the experience of the South Korea, they invest on people. So they have similar program on the fields on enterprise. They call Semal Undong, and they pick the local community leaders, and they have like 10 days training, and 70% of the training is about the mindset. 70% is about the mindset, is self-help, cooperation, and never give up. They only instill 3 mentality. And from the China, so I've been told for my teacher, Professor Gunawan Sumodiningrat, we've been told by Professor Mubiarto. Professor Mubiarto is the like the godfather of economics of Pancasila. So this is our reference for the community-based empowerment. So he said that some delegation from China come to Indonesia because in the 60 and 70 we have a better condition from, and Professor Mubiarto said, send the best and the brightest people to the village. And that's what the government of China doing. So when they have the government from the PNS, civil, from the civil, civil employee. So when they have selection, the best candidate they send to the village. That's why the one of the key in the China have a strong rural development. And in Indonesia, there's the opposite. The best candidate sent to Jakarta. That's why we cannot have the sum of distribution. So when I being asked for the government for the recommendation, I recommend this. Send the brightest people to the village. So Xi Jinping, the president, they like spend like 5 years or 10 years in the village, and when they succeed, they can go. So this is what the China doing. So and second, this is actually not question for me, but I think I should also answer. Should the university doing the green or sustainability reporting? So let me give the example to illustrate. So our rector, Professor Gunawan Sumodiningrat, has strongly belief of the environment. So we in the asset and finance, we can move everything around. We can move these stable buildings everywhere except tree. So we cannot cut tree unless we have the personal permission from directors. And most of the cases, I asked him to give the permission, and they did not give permission. So this is one of the complicated things in here. So we cannot cut the tree. So I think the leading by example is more important, because by that one example, I think everybody in this campus understand this, and I think that's give the message that we should preserve the environment. So I think one of the question is, this is costly, this is expensive. Once again, if we have the mindset is profit and loss, we cannot discuss this. So we have moved beyond the profit and loss. So let me give one of the example. Recently, Indonesian government lost the opportunity of like 4.5 billion investment from Germany, one of the biggest chemical industry, BASF in Germany, want to invest in Indonesia. But it's cancelled because in the factory, the facility will remove one of the indigenous people in the on-site. And there are 20,000 people in all over the world petition to cancel this, and it canceled. So what I'm trying to say is that we are now facing a new era that sustainability, environmental, social will go in line, hand in hand with the business. So this is, in the long term, should be consideration of every leader when they're running organization and or the business to be responsible to the social and the environment. Thank you.
Okay, give applause to all speakers today. Okay, so I think this is the end of our discussion. So I'm, as moderator, will like to conclude what we discussed today in the long day today. The first, this is organizing for a global sustainability standard setting body to develop standard to replace existing standard. Additionally, corporate environmental accounting and reporting need provide not comprehensive view only. So meaning that the climate and also talking about the GHG, greenhouse gas. So I think it's very important also to report of a company performing. And the second one, digital transformation and accounting need to enhance in curriculum education, how to make it interest students and giving impact to the society need. And also traditional accounting need to move further. I think the last statement from my boss already is traditional accounting need to move further and need not only give impact to the company, but also social impact to the village especially. Okay, so again, give a big applause to our speakers today. So thanks very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen who are still with us in live YouTube channel UM Yogyakarta. I am Ratu Bernesa, still with you from AR Fakhruddin B building 5th floor. And right now we are going to listen to the report from Icomsay. So, hello, wow, hello Ola, hello Mr. Cahyo, you look so awesome in that costume.
Hello, Sister Ratu. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Okay, Ola, how is the situation right there? You are with Mr. Cahyo. Say to Mr. Cahyo that he is very awesome in that costume. Okay, so how is the situation?
All right, Sister Ratu, thank you so much. I will start my live report right now. So moving from E7, I'm in E6 right now, and today I'm already with Mr. Cahyo Wisnu Rubianto as the chairperson for Icomsay. And yes, Mr. Cahyo, Sister Ratu said that your outfit is really outstanding.
Thank you. Yes. Hello, Ratu and everyone there.
Yes.
Hello, Mr.
Okay,
Cahyo.
so as I see, before the Icomsay is already finished for the day, yes, so maybe let's go immediately to the list of questions. Sure. First of all, can you explain a little bit what is Icomsay and what is the theme for this year?
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, this is my first year to become a chairman of Icomsay. So I supposed to make a theme of the harmony in nature. So the harmony in nature is topics and theme of this international conference because we consider about the balance between the economics and the social and also the environments, how we can build the future generations and the future sustainability.
Wow, that is such an amazing philosophy from the Icomsay. Okay, so moving on, who are the keynote speakers for today's conference?
Oh, we have a lot, very a lot, because we have my professor in Japan was coming here as a keynote speaker. He is Professor Matsuda, Masahiko Matsuda from Ritsumeikan University. So this is his first time to coming to Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. And the second one is a Professor Norshida from Universitas Putra, Malaysia. And the third one is Dr. Fauzi from Universitas Teknologi Malaysia, Melaka. And also from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Trionov from Department of Agribusiness, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. So the four keynote speakers are, they have their own expertises for this conference.
Okay.
As maybe you can, as you can see in the backgrounds of these four, the pictures in the keynote speakers. One is Professor Matsuda from Rural Development, and Professor Norsida from Sustainable Agriculture, and Dr. Fauzi from Agriculture Technology and Smart Farming, and also for Dr. Triono over there, you can see.
Okay, thank you so much for the explanations of the keynote speakers. Yes, we can see there is quite a lot of decorations of the keynote speakers, and like there are 4, not only national but international keynote speakers. Okay, so last question, Mr. Cahyo.
Yeah.
How many participants are there and from what country?
Yeah, actually fortunately, we surprised that this year the countries come to this conference is a lot and increase. We have countries from Africa, from Europe, and also from the Asia. So we have countries from Japan, South Korea, and also Russia, and also Taiwan, and also Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia, of course, and also from the Europe, from the Netherlands, and if, from Africa is from Nigeria and the South Africa. It's a lot of countries, so I cannot remember, but a lot of countries to join this conference.
I see, that is quite diverse. Like it's mostly whole of the world, like whole of the country join this conference.
And the important things is from this year, the participants join for hybrid conference is more than 100 participants join for this conference.
Wow, 100, more than 100. And most of them is hybrid, offline or online?
Just offline 100, and online is more than.
Wow, I thought like 100 is only for like
offline.
all of them, but it's only for offline.
Yes, only for offline, not all of them. Just 100 just for offlines.
I see. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you hear that? There are more than 100 participants for today in the offline conference, and the online there are more. That is quite amazing from Iconart. I guess that's all for the live report from here. Thank you so much for giving us your precious time.
Thank you so much.
And we do really love your outfits for today.
Thank you. This is East Nusa Tenggara and Papua clothes. So this is a represent for the flora and fauna and the balance of nature.
Really fit today theme. Okay, I believe that's all from us. That's a wrap from us. Back to you, Sister Ratu.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ola, for reporting from Iconart. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. That's all from the Iconart we have listened. That's a good news that there are more than 100 participants and a wonderful theme, and the keynote speakers are from national and also international. So we still have several vocals that will be reported to you. So please stay tuned with us in the 8 Icomsay 2024.
Or obtained from data reports, documentation, books, journal, government publication, as well as sites or other supporting source. In data collection technique, we use in-depth interview, observation, and documentation. And the last is data analysis technique. Yeah, the first step is data collection, second is data reduction, the third is data presentation, and the last is drawing conclusion. The selection of this location is based on the implementation of scientific application as part of the smart city initiative in the city. The researcher will visit various government agencies as well as interact with the community of application users to collect the necessary data. Data was collected through in-depth interview with various stakeholders, including government employees, application user, information technology, and etc. And then this result of this analysis were used to disseminate the impact of the application on transparency, accountability, and community participation in governance, as well as to identify challenges and areas for improvement. And the next is, in the effectiveness of public services through Sihati Smart City application in realizing good governance in Semarang City, we can find 6 points. Sihati application help users in making the right decision in shopping and doing business. User can use the price information to determine a fair selling price or to find out the market price of their product. In the point, Sihati is very helpful for society. Overall, Sihati Semarang City is a powerful and easy to use application for aggregating commodity price and production in Semarang City. And then informative, the future are complete. The Sihati application provides complete and accurate information on commodity price and production. Users can view average price, price change, and distribution of commodity price across different regions in Semarang City. The Sihati Kota Semarang application provides a variety data, graphs, figures, and image that can assist users in aggregating commodity price and production in Semarang City. And then high community participation, 85.27 in 2023, making it fall into the excellent category. This score indicates that the city government has been working effectively and accountable in carrying out its duties and function. So we can see in the conclusion, Sihati application development must be carried out continuously by updating features to be more responsive to community needs. Socialization on ensuring the use of the application also needs to be improved for wider participation from the community. With these efforts, the Sihati application can be more effective in supporting good governance and improving the quality of public services in Semarang City. And overall, the Sihati application has great potential to advance the Semarang City concept in Semarang City and improve governance. By addressing the challenges and implementing the recommendation, this application can serve as an effective tool to achieve the goal of better and more inclusive governance.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rivia Siputri. I think this is very insightful presentation also for the city governance. That means if the good governance want to work, then digitalization is required. So we believe if we will be digitalization, we can work well and we can be a good governance. That means the good governance can work with digitalization. This is a very insightful results and very nice presentation. Thank you so much for presenting. So we will go for the next presentation. Our next presentation is, and the last presentation is the sustainable institutional model for biogas development in small village society, enhancing the sustainable energy pathway in Yogyakarta. So the presenter is Dr. Desi Rahmawati Ilham Sayaputra Diswanto. So this time is yours for presenting your paper.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I am Desi Rahmawati. I want to present our research collaboration with my students. This is the title, Sustainable Institutional Model for Biogas Development in Smart Village Society, Enhancing the Sustainable Energy Pathways in Yogyakarta. This paper is our paper, Desi Rahmawati and Ilham Syah Putra Diasanto. This presentation I present for Icomsay 2024. Okay. As the introduction, we know that energy transition is one of the critical issues today. And this is a shift from using conventional energy by replacing it with green energy, or known as new and renewable energy. Renewable energy is one of the environmentally friendly energy and can replace the use of conventional energy such as coal and oil. The threat of using conventional energy has affected life on Earth, such as global warming and climate change. And we know that the rural have the potential renewable energy development in Indonesia. In this modern era, the development of smart village is one of the main focus of the government and the community. Smart villages integrate technology and also innovation to improve the quality of life of rural communities. Biogas is renewable energy produced from the fermentation process of organic matter, such as livestock manure, plant residues, and also household waste. The use of biogas can help reduce the dependence of village communities on fossil fuels and electricity from the main grid, thereby creating more independent and sustainable villages. The development of biogas in smart village not only provide benefits in terms of energy, but also has a positive impact on the environment. This is our method. This research is location in Yogyakarta province. We use by mixed method, and the sample data collection we got it from the while the DI or the raw tables, we have Yayasan Rumah Energi or YRA and Pusat Studi Energi or PSE, and then the from the local government, UBUSDM and Komunitas Mandiri Energy, and then community, and then the I. So the DI, the LI column, we have the highest score is we got Yayasan Rumah Energi. So it means that Yayasan Rumah Energi have the influence, the high influence for the actors in sustainability biogas development in Yogyakarta. And then this indicates that YRA or Yayasan Rumah Energi is the community as a score of 41. This shows that the community in biogas dependent energy actors. So this is the will process that we. So from here will the result is the policy in local government. How to the first is how to develop biogas in household scale, and then free scale, and then how is our results. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for presenting very insightful presentation related to biogas. We can be smart if we can manage well the waste management, and we can produce the biogas. Really very interesting topic. I think it will be helpful to manage the biogas as well as the waste management system. So it will help us in the environment to beat the digitalization. So thank you so much for the presenting. Within this presentation, we already have presented the 9 articles, 9 presentations. So now I would like to invite all the attendees today to ask the question to the presenters. So already we have opened the chat box to ask the question, and if anyone interested to ask directly, please raise your hand. You can raise your hand. You can ask. We can give you the floor directly. Okay. So we see one is the raise hand. We need to see more. Okay. So the floor is to Dr. Agus Faturohim. I'm sorry. Please ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Abu Jahid. Can you hear my voice well?
Yes, we are hearing.
Okay. Well, I'm interested in the for presented Ibu Devi and Mr. Tommy. It is called digitalization and economic growth in Indonesia, insights from the short and long run perspective.
Yeah.
Well, my question is about the as well as FDI and the population. If those three variables negatively correlates with the GDP growth. Well, can you elaborate more why? Or what is the transformation mechanism of how those 3 variables can negatively impact to the GDP growth? Because in macroeconomics 101, we know that GDP is affected by government expenditure, as well as investment, as well as the community consumption. But why in your paper found that those 3 variables negatively?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations, the 8th Icomsay 2024, with me, Muhammad Shafiq Aziz, in the focal conversations. All right, so after we heard some of the conferences that already been attended by Ola, few minutes ago, we're moving on to the next Focals conference, which is the ICENS, the first international conference on environment and smart education. All right, we have Ola here already connected with us. Ola, am I audible?
Yes, hello, Brother Shafiq, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible right now. You can start your report. What's going on there? What happens? What's the situations? You can start explaining.
Yes, can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear your voice clearly. You can start.
Okay, so moving on to the E7 building again. Currently, I'm with Mr. Muhammad Naim Majdid from the chairperson from Icomsay. Nice to meet you, Mr. Naim. Okay, good afternoon. Okay, so the situations here is already ended for today's conference, right?
Yes, it's first day.
Yes, for the first day is already ended. So let us immediately go to the list of questions. The first one, can you explain a little bit what is Icomsay and what is the theme for this year? As I know this is the first here for Icomsay, right?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I think this is a very good opportunity to introduce our Focal International Conference. So Icomsay, this is the first international conference on environment and smart education. So this international conference is organized by Arabic Department, Education Department, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, from the Faculty of Languages Education. And so we are the theme is this one. This is towards a civilized global society through the integrating the sustainable environment and smart education. So we are very happy because we have many participants from the other countries, and there are 60 participants. Okay.
60 participants. So if I may know, from what country are the participants and who are the keynote speakers for this conference?
Okay. So the participants from the there is 60 participants from the Vietnam, Philippines, and Malaysia, and also from Denmark, and also from the Indonesia, of course. Okay. And our keynote speakers, the first keynote speaker is from Malaysia, is Professor Technologist Dr. Janudin Sardi, and is a professor in the University Technology Maharasha Alam, Malaysia. And the second keynote speaker is Dr. Anandan Harihara Sudan. It is the lecturer in Kalisala Singam University in India. And the third speaker is Ibu Rahmawati Hussein, MCP PhD. She is a lecturer in government department, University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and also she is a chairperson of Asia Disaster Management Center.
I see. So the three keynote speakers are from Malaysia, India, and also UMY, Indonesia. Wow, quite diverse keynote speakers. Okay, move on to the last questions, Mr. What is the objective of this conference?
Okay, the main objective of this conference is to give a deep injection of knowledge to all researchers, all intellectuals, and also, of course, from other many countries, and give them the new insights, and also absolutely in the international experience together and give they also opinions about I think this is the important issues about environment and also education. And then we can separate between environment and education, smart education. So when we talking about the environment, so of course we are talking also about the smart education. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Naim. That is quite an insightful from Mr. Naim. I guess that's all for the live report from Icomsay. Thank you very much for giving us your precious times. And I do hope that this conference brings so many great things for the future. Yes, that's a wrap from us. Back to you, Brother Shafiq.
All right, thank you, Ola, for presenting us about the current situations in the first Icomsay, the first international conference on environment and smart educations. It is quite nice to hear that this conference is the first conference to be held for the environment and smart educations, and also surprisingly, the participants of this conference are diverse, also coming from different countries from Southeast Asia, which from Indonesia, and also from Vietnam and many other countries, and also all the way from Denmark. All right, so we're moving on to the other focal committees that will be reported by, of course, our reporter Ola, and see you next sessions.
And doesn't really follow the standard data flow graph. Probably this is like the most ideal approach for programming CGRA, but it's not very familiar for most users. And then the compiler itself, it is not very trivial and it is still very immature, like in early development stage, so it is not always ideal. And the mapping itself from DFG to the CGRA is a complex mapping problem. So yeah, it is also a research field on its own. And the latest addition to our feature is now we have C to MLIR compiler, which use polyguys. So we can compile straight from C to MLIR as well and convert it into data flow graph. Yeah, the CGRA project in RICAN has been going on for quite some time. We have several papers in the past, and in this conference, in this talk, I will try to explain some of them, and I will take an excerpt from the intra-CGRA interconnect and also the transcendental calculation support. Other than that, we are also have several ongoing research that currently happening in our team. We are still continuing the transcendental AI, also AI-related project, programmable buffer, and then also FPGA emulation and many things else. So let me go with the first topic, the intra-CGRA interconnect research. So one of the design decisions that we have to make when considering the CGRA that will be used for HPC system is the type of the interconnect in the CGRA itself. A classical CGRA, like the earlier version, like the RES CGRA, one of the pioneering CGRA research, use embedded router, which is in the left, on the left side. Usually the router is embedded in the router itself, and also in the on the right there is also the discrete router, which is much more much more flexible, but it's much more costly. Of course, each of them has its own benefit. Like with CGRA ER, usually it takes much more tile just to compile a simple kernel, but with CGRA DR, the usage of the processing element is much more efficient, so we don't have as much tile to be used. So we can free up the space, and we can even use smaller CGRA to achieve the same performance. Even we can increase the performance, we can have more unroll on the kernel, so we can fit more computation in the same size of CGRA with discrete router. But yeah, sometimes it is not really utilized very well. So we also proposing like reduce interconnect. We try to see what kind of interconnects and also the resources impact. We can reduce the interconnect so much, but the performance is not affected, luckily. So we can reduce the number of connection, but the performance is still preserved. Yeah, we have several different topics on that part, but yeah, generally the high cube style is better. Other than this, we also try to explore the heterogeneous CGRA layout with specialized LU, because most HPC computation requires like complex operators like slog, square root, and we are trying to handle it in CGRA. One of the motivating example is if we want to compute like an exponent without the proper components, we need a lot of tiles just to approximate, and the result is very bad. But with hardened IP, we can just compute it with one tile, something like that. But of course, it consumes a lot more resources. This is how we implement it. Yeah, because we don't have much time, so I will just gloss over it. We try different combination of the complex tiles and also the regular tiles, and we see the trade-off between them and try to map several different benchmarks on top of it. And then we see the PPA analysis. When we place it on the silicon, we do some we do synthesis, and then we also do floor mapping, floor planning on the silicon, and we compare the result. And basically, yeah, the cluster layout usually is better for mappability because it is easier for the compiler to map the kernel because it has more connection to the complex tile. And then if we put it on the ASIC, it works the other way because like arranging the cluster layout in 2D array is a bit difficult because yeah, the basic PE underneath the complex PE are basically stretched and lead to a very poor silicon area usage. So yeah, basically this is the result of the paper, and yeah, you can see the result on the main paper. This is just one of the introduction. So that's all that I want to explain for today. And yeah, please ask me if you have any question, and we are hiring. So if you are interested, you can scan the QR code, and we have some job opening as well.
I will take a picture of we are hiring then. Thank you, Dr. Poma. And then it's now it's time for question and answer. Please, if you have any question, raise your hand, and then we'll have time for you. Any question? Yes, please.
Yes, there is one reason why CGRA is very popular in AI world right now, because if you see a lot of the AI model, when you write it on paper, basically they look like data flow graph. You have like a process in the beginning, like for example, general matrix multiplication, and then the data has to be passed into like a zip operation and then reduce operation that can be arranged in a data flow graph. And data flow graph maps very well into CGRA. And that is also one of our goal, is to adjust the CGRA design so it works well with the current large language model or any kind of fundamental model. And one of the target operation for CGRA, which cannot be efficiently handled by other architectures, for example, for softmax. Softmax operation requires a lot of buffering inside of the device itself. In GPU, it requires a lot of memory, but with CGRA, I hope within fabric memory inside of the CGRA, we can handle softmax much more efficiently than GPU architecture.
Any question? I think we still have 1 more minute to have a question and answer. Yes, please. Oops. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rizal from University Malaysia Police. I still believe I remember in 2021, Kyoto University lost the supercomputer research data.
Yes.
Yeah, in 2021.
Yes.
So is there any CGRA architecture design to ensure this not happen?
Well, I think it's a bit, well, cybersecurity is not what we are trying to focus here. And CGRA is like an architecture, a physical device architecture, like GPU or CPU. So actually it doesn't really have anything to do with security in this point. And yeah, we can improve security on the software side, like how the software handles the computation data from the CGRA. But yeah, the CGRA itself is just a hardware. It doesn't have anything to do with the security, especially data breach.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. unfortunately, the time is up. And then thank you for Dr. Poma for the insightful speech, and give him applause.
Thank you.
So thank you again, and then we'll give back the time to the MC. Okay, thank you. Oh, I cannot go. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Groho, for moderating the session. And thanks, Dr. Engineer Adhi, for the insightful presentation and for the job opportunities you provided at the end. Hope the audience will get benefit of it. Mr. Nugroho will be staying with us since he will be a moderator again for the third session, whose keynote speaker is going to be Professor Muhammad Yusuf bin Mansour from University Malaysia Berlis. More about his scientific career and biography will be introduced by the moderator, Mr. Nugroho. For Mr. Nugroho, time is yours.
20 minutes, okay. Thank you for, again, still attending this keynote speech. I will welcome the honorable speech today, Professor Yusuf, how do I pronounce it? Is it correct? Muhammad Yusuf Mansour, not Mansur, Mansour, okay. Okay, Muhammad Yusuf Mansour. I will read brief of the CV. Prof. Yusuf Mansour is completed his Bachelor Engineering and Master and Computer Engineering from Westminster, London, followed in MSc in Control Engineering and Information Technology at the University of Sheffield in 1991. He earned his PhD in 1995 and began his career in School of Electronic Engineering in University of Science Malaysia, USM, in December 1995. And then in December 2005, joined University of Malaysia, Perlis, as a lecturer in School of Mechatronic Engineering, and become a full professor. I believe it's full professor, right? After that, it's in 2008 in the field of artificial intelligence. Throughout his career, Prof. Yusuf has been actively engaged in research specializing in neural network system identification, fuzzy logic system, control system, intelligent forecasting, prediction, image processing, and medical diagnosis system. He has authored and co-authored numerous research publications, including books, chapter, referred journal articles. And this is one important part. He successfully supervised 30 PhD. Wow, that's amazing. And 50 MSc students. In recognition of his contribution to research, he has been received more than 20 national and international research awards. And well, now I think for you to have the speech, please.
Okay, I try my best. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Still with me, Ratu Bernesa, and my partner,
Muhammad Syafiq Aziz.
And right now we are going to report you the last vocal for today, which is Icomsay, the first international conference on management and sustainable environment. And right now, our reporter, Ms. Safinatul Aula, right now is currently with the chairman of Icomsay, Mr. Radian. Hello, hola, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you, Sister Ratu. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. So please report to us how is the situation right there, how many participants and the theme and everything about Icomsay, please.
Okay, thank you for the chance. Back again with me, and this is the last but not least of the focal point for today is Icomsay, and I'm currently at E7 building, and this is Mr. Radian Dananjoyo as the chairperson for Icomsay. As I see and as I know, people like Icomsay for this year is all online conducted, and maybe we will immediately ask several questions for the chairperson. The first one, can you explain a little bit what is Icomsay and what is the theme for this year?
Okay, Icomsay means the International Conference on Sustainable Management Environment. So we have a 6 focal. We are finance management, marketing management, operation management, human resource management, entrepreneurship, and also digital business. The topic for this year, we are doing the management and sustainable environment in digital transformation era.
Okay, that is really interesting. The topic for this year is also correlate with the digital era that we are currently experiencing. Okay, the next questions, who are the keynote speakers?
This year, luckily we do have 4 keynote speakers. One from Malaysia, Dr. Mahmudul Alam from UUM, University Utara Malaysia. The second one is Dr. Vivek Chaudhary from National University, Singapore, NTU Singapore. And then the third one is from Marymount University from USA, Dr. Halimin. And then the last one is from UTM Malaysia, Dr. Anida. We have 4 speakers and then 2 speakers for one day, and then the other one is for the other day.
Oh, I see. So it's all international speakers, yes? Okay, Malaysia, USA,
And Singapore.
and Singapore. Wow, that is really amazing. Okay, to the last question. So how many participants are there and from what country are they?
Okay. Participants for today and tomorrow, we have 50 participants. They are from 5 countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Taiwan, Nigeria.
Wow, well, diverse participants.
But in total, there are 110 applicants. So out of 110, we have to reject around 65 paper because our allocation is only for 50 article. The output for our conference this year are the Scopus Index proceedings.
Wow, that is really amazing and cannot wait for the amazing outcomes to come out. I guess that's all from us here. Thank you once again for giving your precious time for this interview and live report. I hope the conference will bring a better innovation, a great outcomes for the future. That's a wrap from us. Back to you, Brother Shafiq and Sister Ratu.
Thank you very much, Ola and Mr. Radian Dananjoyo, for the report of Icomsay. It's very nice to listen to your report, and hopefully this conference will bring a good impact for the future.
Yes, as Ola and also as the chairpersons of Icoms have mentioned before, that the participants of this conference are 50 out of 110 participants that applicate for this conference, and only 50, right? Only 50 applicants that were accepted, and also they've mentioned about 4 keynote speakers that coming from international, from abroad, not only in Indonesia.
Yeah, so it means there are a lot of people interested in this conference.
True.
And we hope that in the next year we have more capacity
yes.
for the participants. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last report for the focal today.
Yes.
And we'll be back in the second day
True.
tomorrow. And there will be closing ceremony and also awarding session.
for the
So-
second day of the 8th
Yep.
International Conference on Sustainable Innovations
Yeah.
of 2024.
All right. So make sure you stay tuned with us and see you in the second day of the 8th
Icomsay
Icomsay 2024. Good afternoon.